Fernando. Tidak ada nama.
Mau send it.
Mana?
Okay. What is the frustrating big dog? Is that your fault? Are you advanced? Are you advanced? Yeah.
Hardware or the software.
Like when I make my robot. Dude, I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I write contracts with Fortune 100 companies. I would say that I'm advanced for tech. I have certification from major organizations like Amazon. Yeah. From Python to PHP, from Ruby to Ruby on Rails, from JavaScript to HTML. We're done. Like 8 years ago. Like HTML and PHP. Now, I'm not super advanced, but I know many of the basics. I can export code. I've exported code in Xcode for iOS to be able to upload it and launch it on the App Store. I exported Android Studio code onto Google Play, meaning like my edits of the app showed up on the App Store. And that's really rare with any kind of coder or developer. It's usually not the same person who does the coding who actually uploads the app. That's usually multiple people. So when I first started, it was, but I just learned how to do it. But now, even as coders in the world aren't as good as ChatGPT. So coding is kind of useless now. That's what that kind of. It lost a lot of its importance. The best coder, the best coder in the world right now is worse than ChatGPT 1. And ChatGPT 5 is way better than the best coder in the world. The best coder in the world can't scale the part of ChatGPT at this point. The best coder in the world, it would take them hours to produce what ChatGPT puts out in 5 seconds. And ChatGPT's code is right. essentially every time. You don't get errors. Go ahead. How many brings with you?
That I we wanted it to.
That's correct. And what we're anticipating is W S I W Y G coding.
I mean, how
Dude, what did I just say? Dude, what did I just say? Dude, what did I just say?
it's not a boss enough.
Dude, no. I just gave some acronym. What acronym did I give? What acronym did I give? It's called WYSIYG coding. Can I ask what that means? I thought you were going to ask what it means. It means what you see is what you get. It's a type of coding where you can just drag and drop. Now this person can create a website. Very. It's just not been made mainstream. And that once we get that coding mainstream, then all coders are done. You might have somebody code.
Yeah, it's
You might have someone code just to learn what people did in the past. It would be like using a typewriter today. Nobody realistically uses a typewriter for fun or for work. They might do it for fun or enjoyment of their typewriter collector or whatever, but it'll just be seen as something of the past.
so simple that everyone.
You won't even need to code per se. It's just it would be like making a picture. You just move a mouse on the screen and drag and drop what you want, where you want.
Yeah, I think everyone will be so simple that every day will be better when people talk to people.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah. You know what I'm doing, right?
I think it'll be but
Sounds like a plan.
opportunity to make a lot of opportunity to make money with everything that's important.
It's becoming more and more difficult to make money. There are powerful organizations of people who basically, whenever you have a good idea, they have the influence to be able to just steal it or buy your company. Now, with cryptocurrency, there are opportunities for people to make money, but the issue is that people don't have the initial capital to be able to buy what they need. I mean, I'm not saying that we won't have it. I mean, the United States alone, we have 18 million. That's a lot of millions, and it's growing by like 1 million people every year.
Million has that doesn't property. Because sorry, American property is going great. They're more than America.
Yeah, but Americans don't. You know,
Australians grow.
yeah,
To be in Australia.
that's true. You know,
Yeah. Had populations increase once. Like, well, five.
now you can tell me I'm wrong about this, and that's fine. But I truly believe there is a coordinated effort to make Australia seem unattractive to people, when in reality it's extremely attractive. There are no earthquakes, there are no hurricanes generally where people live. So what they do is they can seem like the fauna will kill you and the flora as well. But they'll make it seem like, oh, well, you've got crocodiles. Like you've never seen a crocodile. You've lived there 30 years. The snakes are like really only like deep in the outback. Yeah, you've got those big spiders, but they're like harmless. You've got kangaroos, which aren't that bothersome. I mean, yeah, they can fuck shit up, but you know, like in the United States, we have deer. More people die from deer every year than kangaroos. And way true. Do you know how many people get hit deer when they are driving in a car? Like 50,000 people every year. And it causes and you can kill and like tens of thousands of people a year. It's a danger.
There's people in America that there is Australia, but there's more kangaroos than kids. Wait, how many kids in the US?
That I don't know. But I tell you that the total amount of die from kangaroos a year is far less than deer.
There's more kangaroos. There's
That-
more kangaroos.
That doesn't matter. And I don't think that's true. I'm looking it up. Are there more kangaroos in Australia or deer in the United States? Okay. Estimates suggest there are 40 million kangaroos in Australia and 40 million deer in the United States. In 48 states. So it's about the same. Now, let's look at
It's probably more than kangaroos.
exactly. There you go. That's just one thing.
I don't ever heard of anyone from
There you go. And like, okay, so you're crocodiles. The United States has crocodiles and it has alligators. Like you've got dangerous snakes, we have dangerous snakes. And we have not just venomous snakes, but constrictor snakes, especially in Florida. We have like just the same not spiders that'll kill you. So basically, what I'm saying to you is, you have everything that the United States has, everything that Australia has, but you don't have snow. Now, I know you have blistering heat, but so does the United States. And if you're on the coast, you basically enjoy like year round.
So, kangaroo in the last 100 years. First one, I think that was injury sustained. So it was just it couldn't survive get medical care. Care of injury from kangaroo. The second one was in 2022 when a 77-year-old man and it was a domesticated kangaroo in Australia.
Doug, that doesn't count.
So he had a permit.
Yeah, I think that's a fact.
But that's why you everyone had died from a kangaroo.
There you go, Pam. Okay, so
There's no reason.
So let's think about it. Australia doesn't have earthquakes, which are a danger. Although I can tell you this: living in California, I've never known anyone who's ever known anyone who's ever been injured in an earthquake. It's just like nobody's hurt, but there's always the worry that in the future it could happen. We've got earthquakes, we have blizzards that kill dozens of people a year. You don't have that. We have droughts. You do have that.
Fires.
Like a dozen.
A dozen people died from fires. This shit.
Yeah. Just in California. I don't know about other states. Um, what I'm basically saying is that there's a concerted effort for people to make it seem like Australia is the deadliest place on earth because of its animals, when in reality, it's actually a paradise. You don't. It doesn't snow. You don't have hurricanes. You don't have cyclones. You don't have. I mean, really, the only. I mean, you don't have tornadoes. You don't have blizzards. You don't have really any of the issues that the United States has from it, like weather perspective. And in my opinion, there's a concerted effort for people to downplay purposefully how nice Australia is. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some bad parts about Australia. Everything has to be shipped in, or a lot of things have to be shipped in, and there are issues with, foreign investment, and Europe, basically like Commonwealth and all that other. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there is a concerted effort, especially I would say on the internet, to make Australia seem not a desirable place. Because frankly, if Americans knew how nice Australia was, many of us would move there and cause housing prices to go even higher. No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying that like that's why on the internet in particular, if you ever like, oh, Australia has a lot of benefits, people would be like, well, what about the snakes? And what about the spiders? And what about the heat? What about the kangaroos and the crocodiles? But it's like the United States has all that same stuff, aside from like the kangaroos, and it has hurricanes and tornadoes and blizzards and earthquakes and monsoons. And Australia doesn't have any of that. Australia is essentially the world's largest island or continent, however you want to describe it. That's paradise on the coasts. And so, whenever people even think about moving to Australia from the United States, and on top of that, there are people who would see it beneficial that people speak English. It's like the perfect place for Americans. But whenever anybody in the United States mentions it, there are all these complaints about the stuff that'll kill you. When indeed, you've never even seen a crocodile. The huntsman spider, you talk about like it's a pet, no big deal. They talk about like koalas and having chlamydia. It's like, are you fucking a koala? It's like, something you see in the zoo. Basically, Australia is a very desirable place, and there's a concerted effort with the internet to make it not seem like, but it really is.
You've got all the things that could kill you, all the things that kill you overextend as well for most of them.
Like,
you can get shark. You can get the shark
in the United States
shark anywhere.
Exactly. They have one of the largest ranges in the world.
The same kill you in the ocean and kill you. There's no reason. Do you have great?
100%. But even worse,
They're probably just
great white sharks aren't that big of a deal. The sharks that do the most damage are like nurse sharks and tiger sharks. Like basically smaller sharks, that lemon sharks. Like they basically are in shallow water. Great white sharks a lot of times are pretty far away from the coast, and always, but many times. And really, in the United States, only 50% of our coastline is swimmable. Like the Pacific coast is cold. Even now in August, when I go, like when I'm not streaming myself, and I would go to the beach, even on the warmest day, nobody is in the water without a wetsuit unless they're not from here or they just going for a little bit because the water's so cold. It's in the North Pacific Ocean, so it's like it's not really that warm. When you go to Florida and it's like bath water, that's what Australia's like. So what I'm saying is like all of Australia's water is warm. It's very enjoyable for the average human. All of the houses that you see along the Pacific coast, none of the people there go in the water. It's just not a thing. And like a lot of people think like, well, isn't surfing in the United States on the Pacific coast? Yeah, it is. But you wear a wetsuit because the water's cold. And unless it's like the hottest part of the summer, the water's just it could be enjoyable. When in Florida, it's like bath water. Australia, it's like bath water. And the water's really clear. 2019. Um, like you have fires. United States has fires, but fires haven't been a big thing your whole life. This is more a modern thing of the last 10 years. It's not, when you were a kid, you didn't hear about Australian fires that often.
Not really.
And I can tell you, like, we get mudslides. We don't get mudslides. Mudslides are really big. Um, so basically, Australia is a very well kept secret of how nice it is. One of the things that they do to make it so that it's difficult for Americans to buy property is, if I understand correctly, you have to be an Australian citizen to buy property, or it used to be that way. And also, your animal laws are very strict. Like if you're going to bring a dog, it's going to be like in quarantine or something. Like they make it really difficult. And, yeah, but overall, Australia might be on Earth, on the entire Earth, maybe like a top 5 destination. It's the Gold Coast, even Earth. It's, the only issue with Australia is water, but especially with desalination technology, you would irrigate the entire interior of Australia.
During as I South Australia, we get the oil from almost like
I can see that because they said that sunshine killed it.
metropolitan cities.
I can see that. Rabbi, what up, Pim? How are you?
We only
What up, baby?
outlet.
Listen, hold on. Hold on. Don't you say that to my friend. He was in the middle of talking. Dude, finish your statement. You're gonna wait.
We only had an outbreak in Australia when they brought the vaccines. That's because the vaccines.
There you go. All right. How are you, Shane? How are you, Owen?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Do you know us? From yesterday?
Yeah, of course. How is your day going?
We're very good, my friend. How about you?
Excellent. What's on your agenda for today? What are your plans for today?
And we're going to. He's gonna do a test for.
Sure.
When you drop, yeah. That after that, go out, play football.
Is that soccer? Okay, very well. What position do you play?
I play.
Okay.
Center mid.
Who's faster, Shanks or Owen? Okay. Who has more endurance? Who can go longer, Shanks or Owen? Good job. And you guys are in the right position. Excellent. All right. And how'd you find out about me? Yeah.
With you, like.
I know. Like 48 hours. And then again, 24 hours. Did you watch Aiden Ross stream yesterday? Wait, I did too. What did you think of it?
I didn't look for a long time. But
Neither did I. Yeah, neither did I. He always has the same amount of viewers. He always has the same amount of viewers. 57,000. It's always the same, which makes me think he just bought it. Yeah. Because he's not doing anything that exciting, and he just has enough viewers, the number one person on the kick page, but it's always 57,000. It's never like 10,000, and then other times like 80,000. It's just 57,000. And I just find that. 100%. Just a matter of time, my friend. It's just a matter of time. No one kicked. I didn't kick you. No one has. Maybe Discord kicked you out, but I did not. And Zoom doesn't have the ability, and Alexander doesn't have the ability. No one doesn't have the ability.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I was talking with you, I think you should try to, like how to say, focus on something like that.
I understand.
Make you focus.
Okay.
So
Well,
I think you should. That's 100% what
I'm going to do what only that easy. I understand. All right. So you guys are gonna do the driving test, and you're gonna play soccer. Excellent. Do you have plans for this
Yeah.
weekend?
I'm starting school next week, so yeah.
Jameson, what year were you born?
2018.
Oh, excellent. That makes you not 20. Yeah, you gotta be 18 to be here.
Oh,
Take care, guys.
take care.
Bye bye.
Bye.
No. Take care, Shanks.
No!
Shanks, come back when you're 18. It's not that long. Take care, buddy. Love you too, big dog. Riser, you were talking about COVID numbers during that time, and Adelaide did really well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway, are you ready to lose? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, I asked you a question.
Give me a second. What is AI so bad?
It's improving.
I gave you a video probably in the opposite. I said, the opposite. Something.
If AI gets too good at visual puzzles, it'll be able to do captchas, and then once that happens,
Oh, thank God.
like the internet goes away. Well, then just bots take over websites. Like I did with Kick. The reason why I'm so successful on Kick is because they don't have captchas. Because Twitch doesn't, and Twitch is their competition, and so they don't want to make it more difficult to use their website than Twitch. Now Twitch, because they're trying to beat Twitch. Now Twitch has a few settings and defense mechanisms that allow that protected security features, I guess you call it, that allow them to keep some bots out, but any smart coder or hacker can get around them. Their big one is you have to use like a legitimate, what they consider to be like a Gmail address, but there are ways around that. And they have some pretty good IP address tracking, but there are ways around that. Kip has some of these systems, but they're just not as good. And the reason why is Kip doesn't have as big of a team. I mean, Twitch has Amazon, and Kick just has like a team of I think like 200 people, Steak has like 800 and Kick has 200. Or even combined, they have like 1,000 people. When Amazon has like hundreds of thousands of employees, at least Twitch has probably 10,000, something like that.
Six,
Would you say, Pim? Hey, dude, I have a question. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to work, but, and I say this as your friend, because I care about you. And one time you said to me, I said, it's really going to be difficult with Tourette's. Like, you basically can't keep a secret because it's whenever you have a secret, it's at the top of your mind, and then you end up blurting it out. And it must make for very awkward social interactions because you'll just be with like you might be with someone, I don't know. Let's say there was a person who was green, and you would just call them green, and that would be offensive because it's not like something that normal people do. I'm just asking, have you ever tried this? I've heard this is a good method to stopping those kinds of things. And some of things. Smoking and nicotine and marijuana and anything that can cause like being a habit. You put a rubber band on your hand, on your wrist, and then whenever you have one of those burnouts in your face, you snap it. And subconsciously it makes your body not want to do that anymore. I'm not saying it's going to work exactly well for you, but have you ever tried that? I would suggest yes. I think it can help you. And even if it doesn't, then you try it. But basically, like, it's got to be really difficult to do. Like, basically, like you, for instance, you tell me what's in your crypto wallet. That's not a smart thing to just say. Blurt it out sometimes. Yeah, that's not a smart thing. I don't know if it's that smart, but it's not.
especially
Well, exactly. So if you can, and remember, it hurt me to hear you say, because you're my friend, you said, yeah, like my whole life, like it's summarized just in that, basically. Like imagine all of the secrets that you have, and those were the things that you wanted to say the most, or that maybe that you were just tempted to say. And I said to you, like, man, that would make it difficult with like a girl or someone because not only not only did she have to worry about that with you, like she did tell you a secret, like I want my period. Okay, fine, no big deal. But then you're just gonna blurt it out like she's on her period, or your children could have that. And I think it's something that you said more manageable with nicotine, at least a nicotine patch, but those are expensive. And you have to wear them 24 hours a day, and that's a costly endeavor. Do you have a rubber band? Go get a rubber band right now.
there's not medication for it.
I understand it was nicotine, but go get a rubber band. Tell me when you have a rubber band. You don't have a rubber band? Nowhere, nowhere in your house you have.
Elastic.
Okay, elastic will work. Put it around your wrist. Okay, put it around your wrist. And whenever you, like, this has got to be a reminder, subconsciously, you want to wear it for as long as you need to. And whenever you have a bird to blurt out, you just snap it. And what it does is subconsciously your body doesn't like that. And it will slowly ease you away from wanting to do the non-desirable habit. This works with people who bite their nails. It works with people who are addicted to drugs and nicotine and alcohol. It just is like a thing that if you are conscious about it and you have this thing on you, you don't want it to happen. It causes you an issue. And body, instead of being carefree and just saying whatever you want, or desiring alcohol or drugs or nicotine or whatever, it just recognizes that it doesn't want that snap. You don't have to snap yourself up, but just keep it in your hand. And we're gonna play. Are you ready to play? Zoo.
Oh yeah.
Okay, will you tell me when you're ready to play? Is the elastic on your hand or on your arm? On your wrist?
Yeah. Wait.
Zoo, show me when you have time. Show me the elastic on your wrist.
Think about it. Was not. There's another, but it was a private worst part. No, but the worst part. But the reason for the government, because how it's the truth between depending on where you are and how you want to see it. There are many things that word very Rabbi,
Yo, Pam,
things are gonna get better.
if you put this thing on your wrist, I do. Show it to me.
Let's play.
Dude, let me see that elastic thing on your wrist. Dude, show it to me. Why does snake? No. Well, dude, you said you had elastic, so get it. I'm gonna wait for you.
What is that?
No. No, it's gotta be like elastic or rubber. Go in your kitchen. It look if you have like rubber or like elastic on like broccoli or something. Yo, fam. What you say? You have a string? You have a string? You have a string?
Yeah.
Okay, put it around your wrist. We'll go get one. Okay, so listen. The next time you come in here, I want you to have a rubber band, okay? I'm going to ask you to show me it the next time I see you, okay? Here's why. Snapping an elastic band on your wrist for Tourette's syndrome may not be a complete cure, but it can help some people psychologically because it taps into a few behavioral and neurological mechanisms. The first is competing sensory input, sensory gain. When you snap the elastic, you create a sharp, clear physical sensation. For some people with Tourette's, that sensation can briefly complete with the urge to tip, making the brain sensory system focus on the new input instead of the premonitory urge, urge that leads to a tip. Interruption of premonitory urges. Many people with Tourette's feel a rising and comfortable sensation before a tip, like an itch that you have to scratch. The snap can reset the build-up for a moment, giving the feeling that you've satisfied the urge without actually performing the tip. This is a big one. Habit reversal therapy principle. In habit reversal therapy, HRT, one method is to become aware of the tick signal and perform a competing response instead. While snapping a band isn't the official competing response taught in HRT, those are usually tension incompatible movements. It follows a similar logic, replacing the tick with an intentional action. Sense of control. Tourette's can feel unpredictable and involuntary, which can cause anxiety and frustration. The act of snapping the band is chosen, giving a small sense of agency in a situation where the person often feels they have none. This control can reduce emotional stress around ticks. Distraction and mindfulness. The snap can be a grounding cue, pulling attention back into the present moment and away from the spiraling focus on the tick or its social consequences. Do you understand why this would work for you? Are you ready to play?
Yes.
Dude, the next time you come in here, what are you going to have on your left? You got it pick up, and I'm going to ask to see it.
Physical.
38. Okay, just one moment. What do you want? What what invite do you want? Any invite? Okay.
Why not? Go here for dinner. Let's go down.
You got it. Do you want easy, standard, or pro?
Right. Rabbi,
Yo,
I'm
pimp.
gonna try a trick.
I don't think either of us are going to finish. I don't think either of us are going to finish.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
okay, how do you think about it? What do you think?
I think you're a man struggling with submissions. You've got a lot of behavioral issues you're dealing with. You don't have a rubber band on your hand at this point. This one's so hard. Zoot, what's your secret? I thought you were gonna do some secret move.
Okay. What the help you because you want to see the moon and yeah, that can help you.
What did you say?
I feel like way
Perhaps.
but that was the way to die. Just
Yo, pimp.
this is the hardest one.
What is the hardest one?
You know what I'm talking about. This is off.
No, the circle one's so hard.
In the stop.
No, the circle. Oh man, dude, there's one. I've never seen this before. It's so hard. Dude, I'm on one. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do it. Yeah, maybe. Dude, you're never going to get it either. I can't even get past the first part of it.
We're going again.
Dude, there's one part that I don't think either of us will ever get. It's so hard. Are you ready? Have you ever beaten me at this? I don't think so. Yo, pimp, how would we know? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'd be in the sexy one. Sexy one with a big dick and hilarious. If it's the same one as they had the last time, no, absolutely not. I didn't even make it past the first part. I think it's 4D. I just timing. I bet this game is really good for hand-eye coordination. Like this might be the best game for hand-eye coordination of all of the games that they have on here. No. No. It doesn't have the speed aspect.
coming yet.
Where do you want to call it?
Yo, pimp, go for it, big dog. Dude, I got into like an impossible one again. Okay. Next time you come in here, what's going to be on your arm? No, you got it. You're going to have to go to the store then, aren't you? It's going to be the thing that helps you. And then eventually you're going to overcome it, and then you're not going to need it anymore. You're going to have normal relationships with people. I don't think I did a hard one. I didn't do the hard one. I think I just did whatever. So we have to do the hard one. You're never coming back, are you?
one of his interview, you know, even though you're good shit. His allied with his his attorney. Explain to them he wanted to talk about the succession to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, always call on people to speak, but they also serve. So he called first officer. He said, what did you say, Judge? This is always favored. You know, the youngest was too hot. How good he was. Very good. The guy was very also. Favors Judge as a more reasonable, good warrior. My son's spirit. It's a good name. He jumped up. And he said, this is when he said, how do you call on this market master? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great God. The great God. As long as you know, well, Jesus God is the greatest ruler in the world. You see there by his this is when he gave that impassioned speech. History makes it look like it was his anyway, I think it was his words on that day. I think you do not know the stars were moving in the sky, the earth was turning. You do not know who you do not know who you are. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, the Lord you say he is my son. Really respectable. Life. I don't know if she was passion speech. You are. He said, being drunk. Well, a good day. Look, he was the most generous. Time. One time, the great judge, secret history. So he had to so he passed him. So he was chosen as the next great. Plan B. Take us out. first wife was somebody closer by or something. She was for the next few years. After he died, she was the greatest empire world has ever
Some genius.
Yes.
Very wise discrimination. And not care. Just making the right decision. Keep the empire together.
There was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There's peace during her time. And women like such as Russia and those were extremely into economics and trade and running these things that private corporations called. She was running her own but everything. So she became much more interested in economics and the trade and the empire. There was a time of peace. The peace was better for trade. It was a peaceful time. She favored Earth's son, the successor. None of the sons were great, but they had favored her. So she was a great. While she was still alive, she had her primary minister was also a woman. I mean, Fatima. Court to kill supporting Muslim, and he killed off a lot. And he was going to march against them and hope because they were supporting him. So he said, he took over the college. Unfortunately, she was capable as her mother was a bit greedy and she started the wars. She just didn't she didn't go for too long. And this is because was able to do it. She united with the Golden Horde. She was in China, she had Northern China. The Horde had Russia. The two of them united against the Center. And they overthrew Mogul Hamish, and she put herself in the succeeded.
The initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
In the end, he was a he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so loved. He organized went to they almost a congregation. Everybody in the family. That's why soldiers that were Christian soldiers, Syrian soldiers, and Jewish soldiers, 10,000. Russians would own silk factories. Would own silk factories in China.
Yep. Did you know you have the lead? I haven't, so I don't know. I've never lost you. I've never lost you in this game. You need to get a rubber band.
We basically
Oh, Zoom.
types of subcontinent. We have the Jews who live on the bar, and then you have the circle main square here north in the city of and then you have Baghdadi Jews who are all concentrated contact, but also populations where Jews had previously was spread out. Also, populations. Let's have a look at these four migrant Jews very quickly. Let's be record. They know the scriptures, the Tanakh, that are great and there are good. Also,
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss.
Solomon's
That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss.
Sources that trade from the West Coast, and by the time you get to the Radhanite who we spoke about it, definitely are engaged in trade. All
Zoom, you're down.
European and they're described primarily
470 points.
Jews
Get it.
who are visiting,
That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. Make. Make. Make.
that we have that refers to them of three of a chart of coach of local case. Of coexistence. I think it's been indigenous. There's very incidents of this. This is the fact that, ironically, fades because of the one more kind of chart, a promise to a possible legendary in all many of them to use so
Revolving restores 10 hit points.
and of course origins of ancient period allow
Baby.
and one of the that it is just like
Yo,
and so although it does like description
yo, pimp.
I love the best.
Let's see it, big dog.
so fast they need to have connected even they
Best song ever. Oh, that song's amazing, dog. I love it. It's great. Oh, baby.
Also fascinating. There was a I don't know but why the actual synagogue functionary would take share the light of the major Western discovery of people trade. This is interesting Portuguese depiction of the Jews of represented that back to there's just a big happening in life.
You're up, pimp.
Character who was apparently forcefully by century was wiped out by the flood. That was famous. Sitting off the tower, the photograph of the flood, you see that it actually had some sides, and both sides, the numbers of the clock was that part of also one of those to the famed image on to the next Israel. But the scene, they are legends of arrival. Probably, I remember this Western. By the way, the especially understood. And David
What up, Tim? Cigarettes? Vaping? To slowly reduce the amount of nicotine you have in your vape until zero. Allegedly. Evolved. Then you heal. I think we're done either way. It doesn't matter.
Finally, let's
You know. You know. Yep. Good move, dude. I did see what happened. It made one of the berries a blue thing. I don't know that you did. I think you hit me. You're done. No, you're very close. Yep. Go ahead, Zoo. I don't know about that. You're up.
This topic is fascinating.
Yo, pimp. That's a good move.
Let us
Reload. Reload. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, 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 Zoo. Are you going to accept it? All right. Zoo, you have an invitation. 5 days left until what? Zoot. You're fucked. No, it's not. It's the best. It's the best to have the fire. Yeah, but then it's even more fire.
You're looking at that.
That's the way a smart person. That's the way a smart person would look at it. Dude. What up, Pat?
Better long time memory.
You remember things longer? I don't know. I mean, it's not like you have like the greatest long-term memory ever. So you just do your best to work on short-term activities to improve your mental capacity.
Bar number.
Okay. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Their whole phone number.
Not just one friend, but like all of them.
Okay. No.
I mean, my long term. I don't even remember.
Because no. No. Yep. Okay. More than that. 364.
365.
Next year is not a leap year. It would be 364.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Did I comment in the trip?
Perhaps. Correct. Dude, why are you so obsessed with birthdays? Go. Yeah.
Where that movie?
9. That water saved you.
See how I fucked up.
If you do, you get banned. If you ask anybody about me now, especially since I've been spamming people like crazy this week, everyone will ban me. Because I've improved my bot and they're just like extremely annoying.
You're the most
For sure. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a big mistake. Yes, sir. Why do you think you made a mistake, Zoo? Yeah. That move saved you in this game. You were gonna lose if you didn't make that move. I don't really have any good moves.
Okay, fine.
It's over. You're done. Zoot, you have an invitation. Electric fun. You're up, pimp. What are you gonna do, son? You fucked up. You're up, Zoot. What are you gonna do, son? Calm down, Zoot.
Rabbi.
What up, baby? Okay, big dog. Who's we? Who's we, Zoo? That's true. It's Miss Aquarius, not Aquarius. No, you stop and say what her name is. There you go, big dog.
What's the difference?
One is her name, the other is not her name. I don't know.
She's not a mid. Thing.
That wasn't what I moved about. And all of the code that I talked about knowing, I barely know it now. They didn't even know it that well then. That's not what I do. I'm a developer, technical project manager. And what I'm going to do right now is develop this company, just in case you weren't aware. It's going to be super powerful. Oh, look at you, Zoo. That's a big upgrade. Are you proud of that? Zoo. Yeah, I know it is.
What up, Tim? How are you? You can ask for me. Let's go to your next one. Just playing a game against my friend.
That didn't work out like that.
It's good.
Oh, is it? Okay, how good is this? Okay. Usually. Right?
Word dog.
But yeah. I bet you.
All I know is that
You're
dude, your ticks are really it's okay. You need to get that rubber band. And you'll be okay. But you need the rubber band. It'll be a reminder to you. It'll help you. Because you need help. You absolutely do.
how do you know?
Because normal people don't activate that.
Okay. If you want to go, if I don't have this with you, what?
So that's
Shit.
that's a big one. You might win. Dude, and it's the four way. It's the four thing. Dude. You want me to play without the healer?
I gotta be out, man. And you're like, you think they still have the
Healer's the best. The healer's the best guy in the game that we play.
problem, but there's not going to be a savior.
I know, but just the way that we play. Dude, are you gonna confirm?
I don't want to know what.
Dude, Zoot, it's over for you. This is my best level.
I can find that shit.
Yes, sir.
It should make more than 5 minutes.
I think it's. I would rather go second.
How it's set up.
I know. The question that I have for you is: do you think that was a good move? Oh, dog. This is a serious.
Do I think it's a good player? No. Do I think that it's set up?
Word, dog. You're up, pimp. That was a mistake. Extra move. Yeah.
So,
And that, I mean, that's nothing. I'm not worried about it.
yeah. Respect. So this makes what
Incorrect. Would have been to get the thing here, and take away my extra move. Because then, I mean, what are you willing to do about it?
the best
Why wouldn't you get the red? Yo, pimp. Perhaps we can already do that, Big Tom. Okay, well, you keep thinking what you want to think, and that's cool. I'm gonna keep whooping your ass. Perhaps intelligence agencies can do that.
Really?
Word, dog.
Where are they?
The CIA, MI5, MI6.
That makes study.
Perhaps
Study.
we might be able to do mind upload and mind download soon enough. Oh, Zoot, that was really good. Why would I want to evolve? Correct. That could be a thing. Yo, pimp. Okay, big dog.
That would be
Zoot, it's over for you. Perhaps. We can see that. What do you want to play next? Darts. It's relative. The history of the universe, no. But in the history of a 5-year-old, yes. In the history of a 5-year-old, like a 5-year-old child. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Get a triple nine. Get a double 11.
so 30 years old.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. We're dogs. That's a 7. That's a 19. That's a 20. Are you happy with that? You talk about it all the time. I embrace it. was the best of both worlds. You could fuck chicks in their 20s or chicks in their 40s. No, dude. All right, pimp. Let's see it. You just busted, son. I just checked out. Dude, do you remember when you were better at me than this game?
I think this is the best game we had on coordination, to be honest.
You were better than I was at this game?
Right.
Yeah.
Hold it up. Which one?
Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? And now you fucking get your ass smoked in it?
You heard? What was that? What was
Dude, do you remember when you used to smoke me at this game? But now I'm better at it than you are? I'm better at this game than you are. Do you need me to fucking say it again? I am better at this game than you are. Dude, you've been smoked 3 games in a row.
that?
I know.
Do you know how bad that is?
You used to be really good.
We're all missing out.
Word, dog. Oh, dude, triple 25 or double 25. Double 25. Get it, dude. Perfect game. You did it. Good job, dude. Are you ready to play me 501 Pro Double Out? That was really good, dog. It's very good. Yeah, that's it. Dude, what are your thoughts? I've done back-to-back hundreds. Oh, dude, you got 100. Dude, you've gotten 100. You got 100. How you gonna do? That's a 20. That's a 1. That 20, that 1 was a big miss. What are you laughing, Zoot? Zoot, what are you laughing, son? Zoot, that was really good. Dude, Zoot. Dude, I just busted. I'm not good at the pro double out. Dude, are you proud of that? $25, Zoot. Dude, that was good. Dude, I just pro double outed. You need a 5, Zoot. Get it. Double 5. Oh, get it. No, no, you busted. All right, I'm now going to send you an invitation to basketball. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Zoot, are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to accept it? Zoot, you have an invitation, dog. That's a swish. You started with a swish, dude. You started with a swish. You started with a swish. Are you proud of Are you proud of 5 points?
So I played 23 first.
That's crazy, Tom. Is like everything a swish? Did they get like everything with a swish? Yeah, like they got 11 swishes and one regular. I don't even know how they were able to do that. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but yeah, they need a boost, something.
Oh my god.
Let's see what you got, Sue.
Sometimes I am
Do you have dyslexia as well? Or you see letters backwards and stuff.
that's right. Right. That's like usually
You mean you had all? You mean you had all these tests done? They didn't test you for dyslexia? We tied. Because it's a good thing. Which they test you. just like you see letters strangely. Okay, or backwards, or backwards. Okay, do you know that you have an invitation? I think you're very good at this game. I think you may be better than Riser. Riser's good at a lot of games, but this one for some reason doesn't cause us issues. I don't know. It could be. I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe the crocodile. Maybe the kangaroo.
I don't trust.
Good job, Zoo, with the game. You did really well. Yeah, I don't play chess with people. It takes too much out of me. What's that? Yeah, we played it on Discord, and it's it's more fun when you have a bunch of people. Did you know that you have an invitation? Have you ever beaten me at this game? You have an invitation, dog. Zoot, Zoot. Don't worry about reversing. Worry about accepting my invitation.
Because we've never played with us. Okay.
I'll answer you in a moment. I'm focused. What? I don't know. They have good games. You want to play Reversey? We have to learn how to play. Reversey is a temporary game play on a board with 64 squares arranged at 8 by 8 rows and columns. The game begins with 4 discs already placed on the board. A set of 64 identical pieces is shared by both players. Each piece is a disc that is black on one side and white on the other. Object of the game. The object of Reversey is to flip the most discs to your color by the end of the game. If both players have the same number of discs to the color, okay, it should be pretty easy. Oh, placing pieces. Players are designated white and black at the start of the game. Beginning of the flag, each player in turn places one disc onto a vacant square on the board. Once placed, the disc never moves, though it may be flipped and captured so that it changes color. To place a disc, simply tap on each move is legal if it captures one or more of the opponent's discs. You can see which moves are legal by a small opaque circle on the board. Captured. A disc or an unbroken line of disc of the same color is captured when it becomes flanked by opposite ends by 2 pieces, one of which must be the disc that was just placed on the board. For example, if a black player is about to place the black disc in the space with the yellow dot. Doing so will capture the horizontal white disc to black, resulting in that captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. So captures may be made along ranked horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. Oh, that's for rank and top. Okay. Endgame. A player who cannot make a legal move loses his or her turn. The game continues until neither side can move. Usually, this does not happen until the board is entirely filled. The player whose color is up on more of the discs at the end of the end is the winner. You'll see the score next to each person's name. If both players have the same number of discs of their color, the game draw. Are you ready? All right, Zoot, you're up. It's Black's turn. Zoot, you're up. Dude, I don't give a flying fuck. Go. Zoot, go. There you go. You're up, Zoot. Is there a timer in this game? What the fuck, Zoot? You're up, Tim. Because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it? We're tied. What the fuck, dude? We're still tied. We're still tied, and this game is amazing. It's fun. Maybe it sucks. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Zoot, let's see what happens. All right, well then just fucking win. It's your turn. Yo, pimp. Maybe. Maybe it's reversed if you focus. Yeah, but you just made it all back up.
You're getting too hot. Something like that.
Word, dog. What the fuck, Zoot?
That was really, really bad. That was okay. That was really bad.
Whoa.
You jumps to that, man. Right, how did you do that?
It can work like, let's see it, dog.
I get it. And I know,
Dude, you're doing really well.
oh, wow.
All right, well, you're up, though. What the fuck was that? Oh, look at that move, dude. Not necessarily.
How do you
It's not open.
holy shit? Oh, I won right.
Are you sure about that, Zoo?
Look at this. Oh,
It was close. Let's play again.
I don't know.
Okay, well, you figure it out.
But
A little bit.
I just thought a strategy.
All right, well, the best strategy usually when you play any game is to win. You almost won that last game.
Oh, no.
That was really good. Really good move. This is a great game. Oh wow. Dog. Shoot, hey dog. I'm beating you by one. Yeah, dog. This is a fun game. No one knows. None of our friend group knows how to play it. Or knew how to play it. I don't know.
And no one's going to play it.
Dog, come on, call. Yeah, that's right. Dog, we played mini golf, and like that's all we played for like 9 months. What's that? So,
Chat GPT. What's it?
okay. Okay, well, that's fine.
GPT.
I've got to say, Plato's extremely smooth, and has a lot of. It doesn't crash a lot. It's a great app. At least on iOS, it's very reliable.
I just as we go to that.
Yep, I'm starting to learn strategies. Starting to learn strategies. I only have half the corners.
You're gonna take out the one yet. Well, why did it up?
Because I'm amazing and sexy.
What am How did you
Just being amazing.
how did that work?
Don't resign. Again, this game is fun as fuck. Word, dog. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo.
I'm trying to figure out how to play. But I think I'm
Okay, well then go.
good.
It's okay.
But I think I'm terribly. Right.
Yo, pimp.
I'm playing terrible. Oh, that's all right. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
what the fuck? Okay. Came back. Talk.
This is an amazing game. Because I'm sexy and I've got a big cock. What do you want me to do about it? Maybe.
Rabbi,
What do you want me to do about it, big dog?
Is this just how bad?
Um, mm, maybe.
How bad is
He's worse than you are. You're a lot better than he is.
how bad is
I mean, he doesn't win as often as I would think he would. Kind of like an obvious game, but out of nowhere, it'll be like a win. Like, how did that? Just take him, just knock him. Oh, what a move, Zoo. smartest motherfucker on earth. I think you need some work. You need a rubber band. We drew. Dude, we tied. You tied me. No. Good job, Zoo. Okay. Because in reverse, it's like the whole thing can reverse. I don't really know. It's like even if you think that the game is over for the other guy, you can come back and win. Let's see it. Don't give up. Did you resign? Why, Zoo? Zoo, what are you gonna get? What are you gonna get? That's right. Okay, Pam. Take care. I hope you have a better day.
by the entire clan. Because of the division. Of conquering and expanding the land to the more it was built in some sense. So families were pulling the land different territory. We can live in countries. But that reminds me of a very popular about further articulated in 2003, the genetic legacy. That estimates that 0.5% of the world's is descendant. After skeptical of this findings, I talked to a friend of mine, who's a biologist, computational biologist, and he realized that I find it really convincing. I think your skepticism about more the implication that it speaks to the thing that maybe the people call brutal barbarian. 25% population because institutions right. If you want empire, take with you a person, you make sure that landscape are stable. And so that's much better because with high value like associated with generations. So in that sense, can prove that it's transformational finance, trade, culture, so on. Makes no sense. In fact, 5%, just to understand, does the male descendant the way it works? That means if they were now correct in its estimation, then they'll have people descendant. Now the way priests work is like this. Each that is I think it's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history. It's interesting. One, so one of the criticisms we had was like, I don't have much, whereas there's scientific, there's so much scientific. No, they found that the people are connected. Yes. Then they allow to choose. Yes, but they choose things. No evidence that it was from him. It's from that time. It's one person. But from that time, geometry is wrong. It could be 200 years. See, I mean, actually, it's true. I do think there is a truth there. I think that guarantee is even if it's not done a disservice to yourself, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that local experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized, recorded. I mean, he started largest conquering the world. You didn't have just kill popping up all over the place. He had lots of time here. Children with the joy now. Some descendants, we say, oh, they are many generations. It's sorry, many more children. Many more. They call later on. Too, by right. So it could be there was another deal with one child. It could have been more children. It could have been 12 more Genghis Khan. Nobody knows where he went. I don't know what. Genghis Khan said, he chose to be married to the God for Christ. They very strong because you always need everybody. Most of the culture in a similar way. Chinese and Russian are married in the was married just leave it as it is. No folks, no buildings, no healing equipment, no chopping of trees, nothing. That we done to holy we dedicated to him. I just said, anyway, the kindness of humanity. That makes you sad. There is no, from his life, himself is not here. That makes you sad. He's everywhere. These clans are still operating in Afghanistan, and they're still using the system. The aspects of it that are out there in the world. And I think they're going to life for a reason, the same way that I was kept. They have so much integration. Genghis Khan, if you can still read, so many copies. The library of Congress, the library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, the English Creed Law, the actual ideas. And we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have relationships. We do not have protections for women. We do not have the protections for women. Considered the ideas that the rulers do not want to face the problem. Rather than the equal same, we're the same, the same line. It's very much the same situation. So commentary is that even tribes for that years that live just in order to play it's like you're most tired what it is just the infinite expression that's the way what does this mean it would be it was gone in the Bible you already said it is So I apologize. But it's really tough to do at the same time. It's your mistake to yourself. With your mind. All of us say we don't learn from failures.
Pause. Right.
Very valuable in a simple way. Meritocracy. You pass the score, you get all that their ability. It's a very good thing. I think it's very important. And even though he failed at the end of his life, his family, it's a principle that he lived by. That we can. I think it's just his feel for the world. His global understanding of education. And he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things like that. We should have the law, but there should be in global terms, just amazing to me. How did we all there's something that's in many ways representation of a magnum. Will existence. Everything against them that you can think of. Your father, their daughter, there were many questions that there was either his mother or his wife. Made that his wife was the one who was the first one to go away. When the shamans I don't exercising too much. She understanding how
That works like that.
there is story of the world. Horrified you. We're very good confused. It's horrified.
That's really what.
She didn't know what to do. They said, drink. Okay, yeah. You know, sometimes it was, other times it was actually the his daughter.
The same.
Also, Spanish. This is the secret that said me. Look at the chapter. All the sections. Look at the chapter. Section 2. There's only half. 14. He's just reported a girl. He calls his daughter. With his boy.
Let me just ask one last.
He's 4 years. The daughter comes. years ago. They wanted to be saving the life. I'm there to kill you. Now let us reward our daughters. Tell me a phrase of us. That makes complete sense. So, all these different positions of how to define anywhere. Let us marry. It was very clear. I have 3 husbands. You'll honor the man that gifted you. Cost of the market. The Chinese when they go back, honey, this year's ruling is and they said, well, she can read and write. She's just a prima donna. She doesn't allow anything else without her permission. There's a reason. In other cases with his mother, they didn't know. But I think in that case, all those funny is these are the few spring. His husband on the holiday. She married several times. All of this. Was ruling in Imperial. She was the one who was to the employee, to a lot of the area. Over there was the areas of the Turkey areas one by one. Their accusers, they announced their horizon. Lecture. They just wanted to raise it. Like, thank you. She was her husband's local. So they got out those reasons. I think they didn't threaten the power. Other things that sometimes you can find the president saying, the phrase was what if you learn human nature? Just imagine the past several millennia. We tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons. We're not alone. Generally, that is institutions. We tend to have a suspicion of almost everything and distrust institutions over and over. I think that's prejudice. Reasons to support that. Chickasaw was very good at destroying a lot of institutions. And I stress that things. I think that's one. Other things I learned about people in general, just about their age. How it's possible Others are there's two
You're welcome. Can you hear me? Yo, what's your Bigfoot Jones? I live in Pimp. There's no suit.
Worship him. Idols. Worship him. But in the sense of worshiping him with praise, there's nobody supposed to praise him. And about half of it is the praise of Jesus. It's something we can't understand. When we pray, we say, oh, thank you for this and that. Would you please give me? I want you to do this. I want you to do this. Things all over the place. No one ever asked for anything. Honor him. They just praise him. I'll start with one.
Yo, Pimp, how are you? Kicking ass, taking names. How have you been?
What's new? Yeah, no, go ahead. Taking ass, taking names. What's good and good? You know, same with all. I have been people on Kick and seen a lot of growth. Like 15 new people joined in the last week. So that's really good.
You're right.
Oh, I'm doing well, Sam. Every day's a holiday. How about
Like,
have you been?
went up, like, way out west.
Like Perth? You in Perth?
The eastern Australia.
I know. You say you went way out west?
Oh, sorry. Like, where?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I get it. Did you see any cows?
Beautiful. Yeah, what was that?
Did you see any cows?
Well, he like dairy country, so I thought of my family. It's like a lush fields, sort of deep. They all all everywhere.
Wait, what do you remind me of? How'd you find out?
I what's his name?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Absolutely. Have you been on Twitter recently?
Times, but a few weeks.
All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Nothing. My mum's she's up again.
Are you gonna slang dick like it's going out of style? Some chicks?
Um,
Okay. Are you on the dating app?
Problems.
Okay. What's your health problem? Too big of a dick?
It's not a problem for me. That whole thing,
Okay, so
swinging dishes.
oh dog. All day, 24/7, 365. So many bitches I can't even count. I get bitches who just DM me that they masturbate to me. So that's not too bad.
Oh, really?
Oh, tons of them.
That's amazing.
Poor dog.
Like well, I don't think I to on the camera. How did you know? How do you meet them?
Oh yeah, sure. So I mean, I'm focused on streaming for right now, so I don't have any chicks in mind. But I get chicks who just come in here with their toys and just masturbate in front of me on camera, and I can't say that that's not a bad thing. Or I get girls who just want to text and dirty sexting, which is cool. And then I get chicks who are like, "Can I masturbate to you?" And I'm like, "Do whatever the fuck you want." I mean, I'm not the guardian. And then I get chicks who are they get like obsessed, and they're like, "I cannot have sex with my spouse without thinking about you." I'm like, okay, well, yeah, because it's known as mere exposure effect. The more that you expose yourself to someone over the course of time, the more they generally have a positive view of you and their behavior. Your starts to become influenced. Or does. So yeah, at least in terms of chicks, I got to keep them up with a stick sometimes. I get a lot of guys, which I do my best to stay away from. But there are a lot of guys who become obsessed with me, and that kind of stuff. But that's not my thing. But girls, if they're 18 years old or older, then yeah, I don't mind to do whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
How so I know what do you say?
Yeah, Doug, a lot. So I create robots on different platforms, and the one that how Bernard got a hold of me was my Blue Sky bot, and it tagged him, and he saw what I did. He came in here, he met me, and then he made that post about me, and that's how you and I met. Now, Blue Sky, you know what Blue Sky is?
Yes.
Okay, so Blue Sky has like 38 million users, but and it's cool. It's growing, but um, I just became public enemy number one there because of all my spamming to the point where the mods had to like redo their rules for me and or not just for me but for users and I was doing really well. I mean like I could still spam it, but what ends up happening if I put the name Rabbi in the name of my account, it automatically gets banned. So anybody who puts the name Rabbi in their account name gets banned. Also, if you put the word Discord in your account name, it gets banned. So I'm like, those are two words that I use a lot, but they just recognize that I was just really just spamming the whole platform 24/7 with that. So
I mean, lots of the communities that you the most street in
in, glo- in global history, yeah, absolutely. That's true.
what's up?
It's about 5 a.m.
All right. Well, hey man, I come. I wanted to drop in for a day and see how you're doing.
Absolutely, my friend. I hope everything goes well with your mom and your health issues, and I hope you are able to focus on slinging dick soon and come by whenever you're bored. Bigfoot Jones, we love to have you, okay?
But like, yeah, 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 but it's nothing crazy.
You're strong. You'll get through it. You'll be better than ever. 6 months, maybe less.
All right, man. You forget out.
Excellent. Stay strong. If you need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, big dog?
Yeah, I'll in a couple weeks.
Absolutely. Love it. Take care, Brent.
Everybody, man.
You as well, buddy.
Right.
That's crazy. I never do. I get one time when I was overseas and I couldn't buy it. It's like in another country, it's like whatever. It's infrastructure. So yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. No. because most there you go. So the ultimate Corvette, a C6 Corvette CR1. So I figure, might as well give it a shot. I'll start the tour with something I always found to be a little odd about the CR1. A lot of exotic cars hit clear hood, so you can see through the seat. The CR1 also has a clear hood. Hello. The CR1's hood is on. You can't see the whole engine or all its parts and pieces. You just see the engine. Climb inside that way. It looks like a regular Corvette. The base price for the CR1 was $105,000 just a few years ago. Well, regular Corvette center street, regular Corvette climate control lights, regular Corvette shift lever and center control set, regular Corvette dashboard performance, regular Corvette manual sliding seats, regular Corvette gas with CR1 logo, regular Corvette stops for the turn signals and the windshield wipers, regular Corvette switchgear for the climate controls, and a regular Corvette parking brake sticks up out of the center console. There's a regular GM for the odometer and a motor screen glow for the heads-up display. And let's be honest, on the outside, it's pretty regular too. Considering this is a six-figure Corvette with 638 horsepower, you admit that most people would probably look at it and think it's just a Corvette. But then again, roads. It sounds like a little bit more involved. This is the Babel corporate scene. It's the press release. There's not much to say about it. Very moved on to some risky roads. So, face of someone who's satisfied with the ultimate Corvette. And is finally trying to wonder what's really on this Corvette. So here's my conclusion with the Corvette is the R1. Interior, exterior set. It's a too much safe in your car. The speed. Story. Thinking to myself, why would anyone on me? Really competitor. Is it worth $100? But I have to admit, if you look on Twitter, turn useless, starting to think that in the 60s and 50s, that territory is a whole different thing. Just like thank you. To the front. We're to the front. We're to the front. We're to the front. To the front. To the back, we're to the front. To the front. To the front. In the back. Lady. To the front. Lady in the back.
Yeah.
Just go wild. situation. It was real. Also, there was the sidewalks are broken and everything's looking. You're alone. I knew that every month. I'll pick up the wheelchair. We can go to the opera yet on this stairs to get. We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys on one side, two guys on the other. They do not say, excuse me, man, I help you, but they do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They are not nice. Singers are there all the time to sing the of the house. And they don't even dance or or sit fiddle. They treated me like this people person. So they would it's like insulting the people. Like, ask you for something. No, you walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. These are the things that give me hope. There's no institution in the world, no big things, not all the platitudes. Like, God save us from the platitudes. You know? Flash flood and you got stuck. Or you just show up and you make somewhere you have your own. Or your child is going to be there with water and but then when they're sent to the world, somebody they believe they're obligated to take care of anybody in your area. You take care of individuals do get people a few I'm glad you find joy. My life is so small. To live with him. There's no big education there. He didn't want me to go to he wanted to go that their will. It was needed to protect brothers. College. I can't say, oh, mistreating And this was just a huge to me. When you for probation, and then so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife. I told her, just look at me, she said, she's a professor, no, anything you want. And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said. And I was like, and she inspired me. She told me it's just when she said on the video, and I just tell the story. Just always she was appropriate too much. She just loved hearing how high can you know family active. Things like that. Just worthless teenagers. And I'm like, we have we would talk a lot. One time she said, you know, this disease is going to take my life. It's taking your life. If you gave up, you gave up right like this. She said, how do you expect me to do it? I know what I'm doing. Every single day, we have we said the test she said really hard things to me. But sometimes we would play a little singing in the background. And for the most part, she worked too. But she would sit there and she knew that she was an operation. She knew. She was the battery we had. This was how on earth I ever heard all these let's be able to take these places that I am. You know, I just have a jackpot. I see so many people that get caught and like red era in which the there's one person in my life that was my wife for 24 years. And her funeral was the first anniversary. My wife was like very hard. but it's great. This year, her last But that was a good Atlantic slave behavior. Tragedy. It doesn't matter what these people in my view, actually, act on October 7th, brutally murdered. Have led Josh. You know, flourishing. Norms was humans. Right? Specialized empire. Truly proud. Thought. This was a huge honor. This our sponsor to this channel. Father is trying living over abandoned to the harshness of the focus that dropped away the girl. So, Mongolians. Coward. Figured he He chased him. He went far away. He came back. He arrived back at the door where his wife was. Where that was. And everyone had time to wait while he was preparing to go. Chased by the whole. She decided that before he died, and she told him when he came back, it was for you to stay here that you can live there with me. What if you pay? But you will have the chance to find enough farmers. There are many women in the world that you find one and you will learn the world. Come to my name. You remember me when you're with her. Tonight, the wedding. He flew away. He looked back at the wedding. I tell her, he's hanging out here with me from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously. When they said no mistake. The three men were approaching again. They were in the street looking like this. And they told her, she hadn't said a word until her husband was rich. When he was ready to shake the water out of him, she began to scream. One of the men said to her, it doesn't matter if you shake the water down in the river. If you shake the water, that's when you're screaming. You will never shake this one to make you large. That's right. That was the moment. I think it's now the mother meant to me. The beginning of it. It's going to reverberate every detail of my life. I can't really get not believe the story of my life. She could run. It's going to take that long. With the future, they can choose this one. It's the way it is to the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you can see it still exists. This one brings me a resurrection, a mixture of your great and dark criminal thoughts. Nothing. That's what this on earth. The big and continuous clouds. I'm really interested in what how did it happen? This person. So I work with the next one. The child is out of the man. And it's the children's subject. And it's that definition before he was born. All the things that happen throughout his childhood made him into the man he became. And so he was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born. So he lived speaking on a stage like this. There were no children. And he already had another wife. Rothschild had like the other wife named Rothschild. He had another already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And the father, used to be able to say the thing with which it was born. It was a possibility to keep on. Doing this kind of thing because it was a dog. He was just a noise. Which is sort of person of fire. Is what I think of this church. Today, the guy would be able to find going back into maybe he decided to get a person of fire to look at bed. Just to make it just get that mother. Because in your life, it was just a second active fire. Someone is longer to skills. And a little spacious beginning. Just episode after episode. Real spacious. The father and mother both came. Very excited. It's for young. So now, they all know what telling you God him. Where's the world? eggs. Which is like you want to raise the child and family. They will live with them and raise them. They're take it the way they want before you can ever get their door. Where the officially have they said they didn't take them. There's not the other one. There's something about them that you're going to get a thousand bucks and felt like a big huge or you know, now the other takes it. Now, if he's going to take it to family, he never made it. I started with another family from the first thing they came across. And the words of the secret is straight. He still loved it. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. And he saw this girl first. I was about 9 years old. And he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. That's how the father lived in that family. On the way home, the mother decided he saw a drink and he decided to join them. They went to the house. Another. It's everybody. They figured out supposedly they were his horse was able to run property. Within a few days, he got rolling out. Nobody got from his family. The mystery we do not have not fall with it. She reached around and we were a little bit nervous. At this time, one of them, and they killed him. Years old. For fish, you could do feed the family. At this point, even after this, This boy took him today. Actually, he was quite to marry her. Take care of her and her children. Because her children, the mother they counted. He described himself like how much kidnapping. My story. Isolated family. Not participating from pressure. Their way of getting treated. There are a few they could out of the so they had to get made rating. So even the genealogy also means you see women having these issues go back is how it would be on this day. Later people can't pick up where it is. There were what had happened. This His life.
This is the early steps.
Also, he said, the message to him.
This is the disloyal, and here is the person who's not of his kin, but becomes his white brother. What this describes is both the best thing to us happened. Jake is gone, and one of the biggest challenges in the late years of the
his family in winter camp, where during the winter, generation. She was in Booty Hollow. Herself was kidnapped and actually descended of her. She was trained in kidnapping, and then decision to follow her to kidnap which later he said most of the Jews lived as the life. He has this emotional deprivation. People. Boys, good friends playing on the and so they're very early on when they're the idea. Even if it's language, friendship, but
There's another
And
way
they
to look
exchanged.
at
So he told them they had the knuckle bone of a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games. Others are used to look at the future and roll them around. On the ice,
but there's also
like the time of ocean, up to 50 degrees. Absolutely smooth. Far away. Majority of ice. You hear this celestial sound. It's unlike any sound. It's just an angel singing. So what's that? Next one, that's nice about that. Years later, they swear it again, but there's like a right. They have loaded arrows. They exchange information. Text is very specific. Took the horn off of a 2-year-old. If you want the animal, to make the animal look. So they're exchanging. I told him raise someone to go with you. His family, just had his brothers. People. A little bit fierce. Things are going to do to the market. We're going to kill them.
contact.
Rather critical. Came late, and he gets word.
All purchases. Russia. Graduate.
Possible.
Out west.
See,
Phenomenon that
and she this is the goal. This is here. It was very clear about
in terms of pretty much like and they had a development direction.
None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew German secret history. Translate.
Or
The Rothschild.
regions of
And
the
as
United
such,
States.
your brother has complete authority over the younger
Julius
siblings.
Meyer,
Refer to him with his respect. I'm Paul.
I
Father
like
so it's
traded the
common.
looking
If a man dies, his brothers, your actual brothers, or his brothers, do not marry his brother. If he has a son with another wife, his wife. So it wasn't common that but he passed away within perhaps married.
19th century.
Now, I don't know that
Rabbi,
happened,
he's
but
a bit
I think he did.
from the
They took the older brother.
calculated.
Just it's only
So that's
anything he wants. Just younger. It's not going to stand for the record.
More about this a little bit later. Let's have a look. Imagine America is
You'll never get me. She was I don't think it was important.
how
How
later on talking about migration for now. I
So But as he is much later, when his other sons are doing instead of they go and he's on the market master. He defends his life. That's right. You are going to hear not to go back. You did not see the sky burning. Well, you did not see the sun falling. You did not see the earth burning. You don't know what was happening. And I say, he is my son. He is my son. The same mother was there. You were not there. You out from the same farm. And I could hear your heart. So it turned to help his daughter. So when he had been there for her, he's off now. What he's doing is she's pregnant. And all of the family. That's how I already know about. It's time. It's more serious.
was primarily
but at first, there's an obvious breaking through. It's hard to know what's going to. We only have it later on. Like in order your relationship is resolved. Really much. People always take white. It was a new time.
It doesn't make any sense.
Around them.
Your ex.
Today, children.
Clearly,
but he was rolling over here. So now reached the next time. He becomes
population.
Tells them
You have a fascinating
against there was with some of his people.
I talked to the gym. I'm sure it's all. Yes.
Practical at this point.
What happens?
Again, reality.
Economic.
You're not there. You almost want to get
Actually, prior to because doesn't make sense. Obviously, there are to that. Was it's not allowed. It's fascinating that these 1% which were laid out there was a small number of Jews they essentially said, well, not exactly, precisely recognized, we knew what kind of people it was. I think that just about once every 20 or 30 years. But not in Lincoln. But he was really concerned about this. He was living in house for the British culture, language, German, and this and French, and then they had all kinds of southern German, what happened was that they got to the war with the British to fight dramatically very so the brilliant was satisfied with his answer. He said, great. So the Senate is and they divided and they would sign I had like fantastic. Actually, really for a small the state. She was member, yeah, and that even wait on the like to say about the board of directors. So in Austria, the issue that is called the total. This was like the emancipation that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of rights within Austria. Rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion. Great. But what happened over the next years was really quite distressing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, through a revolution, pushed back, and revolution came from the liberal side of the spectrum. So the general constitution was in 1859, civil and political were issues for everyone in the when there was conservative backlash to that revolution, those groups were abrogated, and then slowly it was happening in the you also had very significant opposition to the designation of Jews themselves. Led by Hassan Sofer, a very important rabbi, who essentially said that emancipation is not assimilation, it's not about and assimilation. A very integrity. This the zeitgeist, the trend with the people of Austria and Hungary, Austria and Germany, and there was emancipation to the Jews as well. This is also good kind of social change in urban areas. Finally, in Germany, this region extensive struggle between the conservative, specifically with regard. So in Germany, in the 19th century, which was not even most of the 19th century, right, and they were very kind of battle social hesitant. So like contrast where demonstrating the mechanism for emancipation, but before it was actually granted, in Germany had a situation where there was very little support ready for emancipation. Fight light for the emancipation of Jews. By and large, far more representative to someone like Rothschild, a very significant historian to a very heavy debate in France of the public history of the Jews. Rothschild coined the phrase the Jew. He articulated the position that we very enthusiastically by not Hitler. Of course, the Holocaust. So that's a very quick the emancipation of Western and sexual growth. Next video, I'd like to look at this very different. If you enjoy this video, we have a always expanding, bringing lots of people to study Jewish history. And okay, because that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello. As long as you have the nature.
political ideologies are era. Great. Have like a relationship with pastor, like player. That away from or politics. It was that one not like him. Other side of the bus, but nevertheless, Yes. Combination. By really first, the most traditional historically are way to test it early look at it are from Canada, United States, Canada is 4 billion to Western Europe to well, somewhere else, included you'll see as a group 20. We're not going to change widespread particular Jewish socialist mastermind behind can't strike that but Sorry. Something there was self-hating religion and social anti socialism, great culture, great. For the land, our land of state, under they still have parts of claiming the well, socialism, eliminate you know, force. I arrived, I was considered, almost a hereditary rabbi. It said essentially society, socialist, history of that fact of evolution that had advanced the state to constitute identity, perpetuating their culture. Limited amount of trade to war states, Latvia, and Estonia. However, which is kind of like cooperation of
explained himself that they didn't lie. He said, but I also lost my mother, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you did first time. Your strong wife helped you. And my wife, she just used the word like transfer, like she just took things. We did not have patience. So, I don't think that is true. There were some elements of that that were true. Some of that certainly didn't have the real changes for dealing with the soldiers just in that relationship, there's no trust. Not making money for friends. Like more, for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was very practical and the way to utilize businesses, corporations. About that. Will doesn't just disappear. It was never interested in Genghis Khan as the ruler. Even in some ways, you could say he became the richest man of the Muslim area. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, he would soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress, and I live the way my soldiers live. So he had no interest in wealth and much of on the hardware expectations because they had more treatment and they just didn't have the differ, but I think it was simply the part of Genghis Khan's 15 lives. That is one of the wonderful things about Genghis Khan's stories. Becomes a power. Change. So he remains the same person who does not have the right to. We change the story in various ways. So never reached us anyway. Never kept us in line. But for him, no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't make a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even put up there by the simplest dream.
It's fascinating that this head of the intelligence understand yeah. It's very slow. Always been seeing the work coming out, not seeing not being able to select the right people to lead the territory that you could create. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of it's a dangerous road to go down. It's very hard to explain how you're stuck with that. How he got it. You're so easily and you maintain some very fierce attitude. His relationship was with the people around him. Mostly that was his relationship, his family, this was what was important to him. Rothschild was big until 1278. Well, my dad had only been dead for 51 years. And I know it's been a Jew until the 21st century. It's incredible. Let's listen to the document that you referenced several times. This is secret history. Secret history. No, you don't love it very much. I said, check it out. And his wife, take notes. Even the army was the he. She just told me, put her in the picture.
read and write and everything most of not. But one of the things he did was every campaign, even going into the merger with the risk of and that child became a full member of one location in his house. There's lots of people that were raised. There was the average to have a whole house of boys from 50 different tribes. They all gave this was going to be lost. This is a great historic thing that has happened. Part of it contributed to help them. But some of it unclear.
Zeus, how you living? What?
But they felt
Zeus, did you get a rubber band?
like in European state.
Okay, when you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay? Okay, well, I'm going to fuck you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay? Why are you mad? All right. So what? Are you gonna buy it?
No, that thing's dead. Are you ready for a game invite? Dude, dude, you have an invitation. Dude, okay. I think I do.
Well, I'm in the lake.
What up, pimp? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, go. Not yet.
Oh, who I am.
No, it's like 6, 7. You ready? You're up, Zoot.
On this game, getting off to this one.
Why? Great. I do, and I beat you every game.
That's not fair.
Yeah, I have. You're not. Oh, no, you're right. We tied one of them.
You think life is short?
It's a relative question. Subjective. Depends. For a fly, it's long. For a tortoise, it's shorter.
Turtles.
We're done. They say that some lobsters don't really die if they're not hunted, so they might live indefinitely. Yeah. But traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise. Yeah, but traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise. They have a protective shelter to protect them from predators. Also, they live in areas many times where they don't have natural predators. Like they live on an island.
Fine.
Dude, you have an invitation. Zoo. Okay, good. Zoo. They're like 2,000-year-old trees, even older than that. What? Yeah, I kind of do. Especially like carnivorous plants, like flytrap.
I just noticed that like it's kind of weird when you see like tree dying and then all the trees next to it like dying.
Oh, you made a comeback.
But have you ever seen like trees dying? Like been rain.
Fuck.
You notice?
Okay.
I didn't. Oh, you made it.
Okay. Oh, Zoo, you took the lead. Zoo. Oh, how didn't you win? No, this is second hardest. This is standard. Dude, how didn't you win? Well, anytime you were gonna beat me, it was that one. You're not gonna beat me.
So you aren't. Look,
Yo, Pimp. Dog, I don't know what the average human does. It's 7, maybe as many as 10. Like telephone numbers or like numbers in a row. Like 10, maybe. No.
represented the
Yeah.
Abraham, Isaac.
I know somebody who like can remember birth dates like just incredibly well. Like if you tell them your birthday once, they'll just remember it. And they'll know all the famous people whose birthdays were that. They knew all the presidents' birthdays, all the queen and king's birthdays, all that shit. Why? What public holiday? Is it King's Day or whatever? Is it what is it? Martin Luther King Day?
Yep.
Yeah, but that changes every year. Not this year, but it changes every year. No, nobody knows that. Nobody in the United States knows that.
Relate to each other. It's complicated. My father gets worse.
Like 50% of businesses do. The banks and stuff do. Some schools do. Yeah. Winter break. Yeah, there's no winter break. No, it's usually like 3 weeks. Yeah. Now, like businesses don't get that much off, but schools do. Usually. And there's a spring break, and a lot of times there's a fall break. A week.
History.
Dude, this last one, I've never seen it before. I just finished. No, no. It was like four things thick at an angle. It was super hard.
Holocaust. So Holocaust
Oh,
is the word genocide.
10-4
And this
yeah, 6 way.
and see that
During Christmas. It goes. Last week again.
there's a list of target. So, a term that began to be used in the 19th poster from a film, Stream and others, term, problematic term. It is a word taken from the the word is as a translation sacrifice and pleasing order. The term definitely has a sense of everything being burned, even though the victims in to death they were mortality. Theological problem. We say that if the servant is the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, say that connects to God. Many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, rely on the term Korban, the destruction of the Jews, an era 70 of the common era. So religious thinkers is definitely popular as a problematic for more secular. The term is also in the Bible, but does not have connotation. The one last term, because some extermination of Jews.
Oh no, dude, we're on the same one. This one's hard.
Really?
They're spread out.
I just did, baby. Archery.
Stop anti-Semitism spreading. specific coloration development is through several phases of each set of ideas. Racial, specifically, that together dominate the races, and the way in which they dominate minority population. Bacteria. Novels that shirtless men dominate otherwise and once they came out
It was a good one.
So to the metaphor goes of it, great culture, reality, quite distinct, different, they represent a threat that goes on.
Yo, Pimp,
Which
you got 3 bullseyes right now, you still lose. With 1. Get a bullseye.
Save Austria, right?
What?
Word, dog. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude, I won. You have an invitation. Get it. Get it. Get it. That was not good. Dude, you have an invitation. Bro, big dog. I don't know.
Very sympathetic. Credibility. Which he essentially laid out. It's a rambling, coherent document that ambitions of Germany and so on. Essentially, this gave him a lot more popularity. Thugs organized to much of the population in various elections that were held in the 1920s. They were gained a majority in both the election got 60% of the popular vote. Actually, in 1930 and 1932 is primary. The Communist Party in March 1933. The Communists lost quite a bit in the last election. Coalition style that was prominent in many European countries. Given the opportunity to be the largest single party, the plurality of government, and that on identifying so-called characteristics in much run as measured by creating society
That's big time, too.
advancement, services, whether was
No way.
removed from service from
Stop.
most were put gradually out. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest of its kind, 1938,
in trouble.
against widespread burning southwest Lebanon comes from and it was like the last for the Jews.
Yo, Pimp.
There were very few countries who
Rabbi.
actually at that time had and fewer elsewhere.
That come down onto me this month.
Go, Zoo.
That was the best movie I made.
Yeah, because I'm amazing. Sucks.
Do you know what the first
You're fine.
Did you know? You know what?
What is that, Zoo?
Yeah. I am very close to winning.
Right, let's see it.
Other ghettos were
Yo, Pimp. What do you want me to do, baby?
addressed like
Yo, big dog.
they would eventually get
Okay. Yeah, that helps.
demand.
What is that, big dog? What up, King?
Be safe.
Yo, Pim. Yes, sir.
Whoever gets the fire. Come on.
I can't do what I want to do.
Oh, you can't.
No. Oh, an extra move? What a comeback. What a comeback, Zoo. What a comeback. I'm good, baby. All right, Zoo. I gotta get some sleep, big dog. Come back tonight. Peace, big dog. Night.
He's cast out. His father was he can is because in the same year. You can't do this. So it's a very this is what he said that was they were trying to uphold things. For a very long time. Pronounce it. Used to record information. The recording. They use Chinese characters to Operation versions I took very much. Some of it seemed to be it wasn't more pure. It had things that happened. See this out here. Things have been stitched. Sometimes much of so little things like this that go around. It's a document. It was not in English until 1982. It was written. He was having trouble with the publisher. The first second volume was going to be notes. The second volume was so it hasn't been found. Now it's
2.5.
And then published on Harvard University. Which is the notes values. There are China women larger understanding and they all disagree on something. They were trying to put their own notes to correct the story and explain it. Women skip around. Someone put in for anything related for me. As much as I need but that for example, just talking. Where did you read that? She said, look, they counted up. Just only got that point. Termination to the story. Feel things about make into they just experience the standing absorb. Whatever they very important.
Or sent
Highest
a license.
Still, enjoy the studies. The fewest number of people. The first thing I think about this step is that forever every so you have this extreme performance space in the way they use it, always done. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of some area, it's coming out of Boston. It sweeps down across Montgomery. It's always fresh. Always fresh. So you have the wind. You have the smell of the wind. But also there's grass. The smell of grass. Now, particular location, when you have another one area, and then drop the next year in other areas. If it's not grass, it's dust. If it's dust, don't forget about dust. It smells so good. That's just one part of the culture. The water is mostly pure. Unfortunately, there's no pollution that this is from several areas. Even today, when we go to places like the sea, like the river, we want to go to the market live. So it's a place of pure waters, and that's how the Mongolians define the world with this water. They do. Genghis Khan does not give land to his sons to rule. He gives waters to people to rule. They do not refer to their earth as land. They refer to the earth as the ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. So the rules about you don't need a part water. If you buy water, your animals said you were going to be polluting it, missing it out. So they back maybe auditors when you look at your back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take them away from the river, and you bring it away from the river. You do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan. How to deal with it. Also, it's dangerous to most of the rivers that are flash floods and there's so much money you can see together that it could leak away if you were careful. It's right there by the water. So the people, they went nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today with the nature, with the cell phone, and with us, the work animals, you get TV off the radio. Still, they're living a similar life. People drive a motorbike. They're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's a motorbike, they're still bigger. But then, go to the Genghis Khan, another people on of the muscle, and they smell. I'm mistaken. Just not to be insulting or anything, but they have that deep intimacy. And the horses know that what they smell. This is very important. It's also important for Chica's life because they made the flags. Horses, and so in battle they use it for very practical purpose. But that is, horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So languages, I have never mastered all the words for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about them. I can remember one time being out there in the countryside, this I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. I'll teach me some words. I'm going to teach you the words. And what comes out of words? I say, brown. And they would say, brown. I say, yes. What color is that color? Brown. What you said this color was brown. What color is this? So what? It's just amazing. I mean, they have the coloring, the variation in the texture, they're a little bit different than anything that's going to regularly basically like yellow, brown, or brown, or other words for horses, like, of course, by sex, because of buildings, so they're really important to by age, by whether or not they reproduce in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. Years ago, residential candidate those raised in the dust of many fast horses. It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit of the dust itself is important. For Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse like to their own, which is the most sacred part of the body. Right? So resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. Like, they hold them in some ways, they train them very well, they ride them very hard, but horses are also trained for they use a very small robot. It's like a stick with a stripe at the end of the hip of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people for years ago. Spurs and myths don't harm the horse and stuff. They harm the head of the horse. I mean, not never harm horses. Horses are important in every way. Even religiously important in the making of fermented horse's milk. Mother goes out and she throws some to each of the four directions. Start to take they use it for every kind of things puzzle me that watching. I remember one day we was a very nice gelding when they were these days. One of the this family had a bunch of boys. Only one or two girls. I mean, boy, I was thinking 11 years ago. He fell from the horse. You could see him on the horse. He didn't get fell about. And all people turned attention away. And I thought, you know, it was the same. This is what fell down. So they go get it. And the boy was talking about, he said that there was a certain horse. Everybody, we started calling it so and so little brother without that. And they came to the kid and they said, you know, the mother said, you're wrong. I'm thinking, how did you do this? This is a child. This is your child. You're but 2 weeks later, my chance. Another boy was practicing for American racers. What do I have been doing? He was up in an area where he could go like the first mountain area. And the horse he was all the way to train, but the horseman came over to the woods. We followed him. The boy would get lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks. And he lived. Under 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, it's when we walked the 9 miles, even though this was so quite cold, and he said he loudly all night to keep the wolves away. But he knew what to eat, and he walked until he found water flowing as if he spent water down to me. And I realized my false enough was his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's really hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Agent, there's a wrestler named Jerry Cole at. He tells a story about the couple the first time he's truly mentally to people when he said, Mongolia or was in German. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, the other wrestlers who were taking showers, the water hits them. You can see a little bit of this. But the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was motionless. Like ice water or any other kind of hardship. I suppose that there's
You have to be able to secure yourself. And with whatever it is, often if the time is to today, some people, if they can have the money to do it, they may well strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow, prepare for the coming winter. And I had the valley where I live, where most wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. But the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. Every day, when there's a rain, they go down and they do not get in the water. Never. They take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. It's refreshing. Refreshing.
well then get back to the horses. Definitely they help with the horses. And the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So let's just talk about the mountain infantry that they employed in war. The Mongols were able to target shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast. Up to speeds of 60 kilometers per hour. So, there's a lot to say. You have to believe. Just watching some of the videos, just incredible how stable you can be on top of the horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment when all 4 feet of the horse off the ground. And you have to time all of that. It was a shape of how you make these pounds. And then there's this, the actual open shoot. There's amazing technology. Pausing on 3 guns. They also have used crossbows. There's a particular kind of drone that you use for shooting with the combo that works for horse. It's like the thing up and down, right? You have to drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Speed. This exceptional excellence that Genghis Khan was riding horses and engaging in war.
All of the horses in the book, perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world for the modern era. It was incredible. The synchronization and the timing of the movements and also the years of skill. The fact that the depths of the created and organized it and used it. This is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius not David. Well, I think we've been very good at earlier times, working leaders, also, until the Honda, of course, was actually born in the late. I think with charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that there was some peace on them there. Strategy, they were very good in warfare. That's what carried them through. Because Honda was extremely good at warfare. I'm slow. You never know. Probably above 100. That was the most 110,000. That is, when you're going against China, that has millions of the army. From out of the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas. Your whole has to be as tightly as each warrior and each goal and each horse. That's the weapon of the army of accomplice. Of Jesus, how he organized and how he used it and the strategies that he put together. Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army to conquer to the world. It would fit in a stadium today in America. So, extreme mission coordination was a cavalry, right? All cavalry. He had no infantry, and he had no engineering, backup commissary. We all know engineer later on, much later, but all cavalry. And there's light cavalry and the cavalry. And breaking down units using a decimal system, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So from extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield in the dynamic troops, including all the interesting tactics that would utilize if they were given communication coordination. Orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to the mythology to this kind of system? Everybody's working together so well. I think the first one is the extreme loyalty of the people who as observers. These kids spent his resentment, deserted him. Honda is a special relationship. But all the others that he found were just common. Murders of hunters, very common. And they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him. Never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. As you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the center was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. Just 2 years to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass would have there for the army would move through. They never moved the way other armies do in line, following the other, and always moving long lines down and wings. So that each horse is always you could say, also, he was willing to train them as much as possible. Never punished them. He was coming with them back. The man went out with him. Said, okay, let's go to the field together. And let me know. You explain to me what you did. And then we will talk about it. So he was very humble in the way that he was training the people around. And they knew they were just like these countries on general. And Genghis Khan knows every people is going to try 100%. They retreat fine. They're saving all the lot. They know what to do. Things like that fit together. But I think part of it that was important for him, so he had this basic step already. Of course, the archery, when they all fit together. But he was very, very quick to embrace any kind of other technology. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first one of the cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, they went out on these raids. And I think they were raids, no wars of word. So he went into Tibetan territory of what's now northwestern China and the upper reaches of the north. So he went there, and of course the cities have but they were so we don't have to
You just imagine it's like the first time you like feel one of there's no search natural like things.
Well, they have like a whole collection of places they're familiar with. They can climb the people on the top shooting out the mountain. But on the everything around it, they go look at Heaven's River and all these channels that they're always moving water around. And like you said, anything that moves, that will get your weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. The moving water, you got standing, non-moving. So he said, okay, they're going to dig a channel and they're going to bring down all the city. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing because the banklets were high enough and too much water came in from the hill or whatever and actually flooded out. Okay, it happened. We learned that lesson. That became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years. All the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it. They conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. Better way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. So, I learned. What do we do? We make mistakes. And this is about human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it more time. I think it's going to work. I'm not going to win the lottery this time. So I got the right to make it. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, everything before these other things he didn't know. How he could double check it, like how understand that he didn't understand. But he would understand it in his way. And he did over and over the Mongols were that was ever changing its technology. And it got worse at it over time. Genghis Khan was innovative. He was the best. And he used to throughout his life. And he was getting better for his lifetime. He was using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. And he just had a genius for that.
Go back to the horses. I mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. So you can cover on the ground in a single day.
Usually the way that Rocky the horse would usually ride for one day and then rest for the next 5 days. And another horse would be right the next day. The way to measure it is that the leader would not be the difficult to take on the word with the leader to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Going into 6 weeks. I just imagine this army that's six nights a week. That's not a need to follow roads. Because it's cheap to run anything else. Kinds of dynamic movements and circling. And then also, one of the other famous things is the faith retreat.
The Mongols did not fight on the way we often do. Brave soldiers, Achilles, they fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically himself never fought a battle. He declared that he won every battle he fought. The different regions fought for him. As we said, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and not fighting, not engaging enemy. However, that's also a consequence. And it was the Mongols were able to fire a force going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn what they could still find out which was the Northeast John, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, unusual to fire. But the Mongols also put them down and fire under the neck of the horse so they protected in many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but using the soldiers who are against them with great ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start getting things out like glue from the blades and really sort of, and the soldiers using that resistance come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. Then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, for the step first. It's like the one with the Mongols are thinking the big. How can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature. There's something when the forces are retreating. You can't help it. I don't know what it is that's blaming them. This thing. But that with the ability at high speeds for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there has been many great military stories about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get rid of the Mongols at all. And don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited by the different strategies. This kind of idea of the military attacking the flanks, that's, it's not invented and perfected by any by Jenkins.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. there is a mental sort, and we can be anything. But you know, when you're here, or even if you know they're coming, you see them now, you know, get a war that comes with all those horses. And the timeline of the earth, it must have been truly terrible. So psychological warfare was part of the process. But the next year, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender basically without the lawful place. Yes. And the alternative would be near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that? Chickasaw had a precise system. Exactly. They always first explain to people a little bit about the rules. All the investigations know. But explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the locals who have to pay taxes. It used to be the same taxes they paid, but now they would go to the Mongols. It's kind of general system. Because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave it to tax. You can leave people in or their city or their area the way they have done it. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in Iraq, his son-in-law violated was stealing and looting for the people. Chickasaw called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first. As a common soldier, and of course he was killed in the next battle. We don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him. He was killed in the next battle. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, the Normans fought, they did not kill them. What they did was they built all the leaders. They felt like the leaders outside the wall. And they used to kill the army because they thought they were going to army attack. The army had failed. But the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had skill. And that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering up a plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating, just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. The killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered. Be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. Check out the was going to send so many cows. Well, the Mongols far away. It stopped. He returned, conquered the city, and he killed everyone. So drastic. Have others that yes, the truth. Yes. I would say it was the Middle East, around Iraq, Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And, I would say only Afghanistan, the emotion take over in an unfortunate way, but he had his grandson who read very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had a happy childhood and diligent and nominated. And I think he was honest about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to Helmand and Bobigyan, where the Great Mothers were actually. He was sent to Bobigyan, and this is Persian history, you know, that Egypt prior to Emerald, the Syrian throne, he was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never loved a family member. None of his sons, none of his grandsons, but he had lost them. I know who is the most valuable grandson you have, one that's your pride and joy and so many things. And so he called the father, his son, to him. Did not tell him, he did not announce it. The son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. So his son said, you have to tell me that you will not cry alone until you finish. father was, no one was allowed to mow. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. It went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized it and allowed his emotions to overcome practicality. And the slaughtering of these people should stop. That's the only time I know that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. It's something we can all understand, but his response was pretty extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn, we will cry. Goes against the rational way he approached what his peace is offered. He did not support the people. Now, what happened was the killing of the well may have been of Genghis Khan, the killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. Those who did not revolt were, but the cities who revolted, they killed them. It was a mass slaughter. There are that Genghis Khan and his Mongol were responsible for 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these? The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family, you know, someone. It's a no, it doesn't matter what the number is. It's a tremendous loss. And it was tremendous loss of life. As everyone. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history. Other countries today that fighting our own. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should understand why Genghis Khan did it. You look today, people killing women, civilians, every day. It's always in the name of something. In the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States has certainly involved with it. The weapons from people invading Afghanistan, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. It's always, oh, but we're going to democracy in the EU. We want a lot of democracy. We killed a lot of people. We need to look back at World War II on great democracy and bringing freedom and democracy. The Germans, we talked about bombs on Hiroshima. Those were not military targets. We were not doing strategic against the country where the terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in Vietnam. In fact, he fought in Korea. He was a good American. There was nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn people for doing it and excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that, especially when we're people from the STEM. We tend to demonize them. Any big enemy we have, we tend to demonize them. We say a lot of interesting things. One, the very nature of War II. And sometimes things like talk about which is an act of such terror. Same style as Genghis Khan. In an attempt to prevent further war. It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world in peace. In World War II, what happened? pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded by soldiers, and I'm I don't try to be a realist. That nations killed. It happens everywhere.
So universally also that white passionate criticized the 20th century, criticized Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great, and was fought by Caesar and others, and they were essentially wars that some human were not necessary, that were not defensive, and just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. This is a good place to also talk about something that respects a lot. Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast, he did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Wrath of the Gods. I recommend people go listen to it. One of them mercenaries, this destruction, but also the influence and progress. Basically, making this of destruction. History paves the way for progress of this.
Creative destruction and some aspects of life. With ourselves, for example, we destroy some of our habits and build it with its relationships that are within military work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. We think that today's episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that have been with the Roman Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Roman Empire to happen to is in the dominant restriction. Okay? The Mongols to unify many countries. You can take the rear and three basically push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of them. They put together North China, South China, Nigeria, and it was a little bit larger than the Mongols. Even Russia, so many little kingdoms and countries and kingdoms, but this is a many yet, they shifted because out of Ukraine, which was become Russia now, and they began the process of unification and had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, that's why destruction. Also, I think we need to look where does the destruction come from. Where all the destruction is, how is it founded in that way? So, and so, look at something there. They're all China. He was conquering a decade. What is the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew they were conquering a very decayed institutions. You know, when we fight so hard, we don't like one another 100%. It's not thinking there are times people are going to do it for their own protection and nothing else. On our own, it's justified in that sense. For themselves, it may not be justified in the world sense. But I just might just make the case of being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, there's no question about that. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for about 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger, like its president, but then we kicked them out, and they kicked us out. When some of the Taliban leaders of the jungle clan was descended from the jungle family from his clan. This is what I mean by saying that the ramifications of that tribe was doing us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television from Glasgow, Iraq, to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols had returned. The Mongols had returned. And he said the Americans were just a I can see it. I don't accept that. I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our lies about ourselves, then perhaps we can
is religious freedom. The postal network, the trade routes, all of this. Consequences of the alcohol conquest and we'll talk about that. But let's linger on the heavier network. We're talking about that call was critical of your work. And show you respect critical as they commit to emphasizing and focusing a lot of the things correctly that you like, but not giving enough airtime. Brutality, the killing, the hell that is war. So okay, understand his criticism. So see what it is. And the God was very smart man. Very much and he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the war that hurts. That's a pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about what's wrong with now? How this together was defeated and it's what comes now. Just as the story of our life begins earlier than before. The story of our life was on coming therefore. If you have a nation of 1 million people, then you are ruling for hundreds of millions of people. China, Russia, the Middle East. You do not do that through warfare. You don't eliminate slaves through warfare. You do not rule them through warfare. You have to be offering something that they want, something that they want. And all of things your future from the trading system, the political system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities. These were things that people responded to. So the world benefited from this, from the life of Genghis Khan. We want to talk about is the conquest part of 20 years. For another 150 years, there's more to the story. There is a point correctly identified that history does seem to be by the barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided. It's kind of why the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. There is a sophisticated, deep culture as well. The kinds of people that came from. Well, I guess if there's one thing I could read is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people that see one another. From them and about everything of them. Maybe wear some of their beads and some of their clothing or show how much we sympathize with their suffering. It's the two roles for tribal people. One side to show them that they were like they conquered, yes, they were conquered, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mughal Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of people would love their own world. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey God. The great ethics was strong. There were things like vision. And I think very few people in history have that vision. And it's not around the world today. In my lifetime, since the kingdom of the Rothschild, I look around. I don't see much. I see lots of slogans, lots of norms, policy papers. Where's the vision? So we can have peace, you can have a good, we can vote for minority. We're really for the people that we're what the heck are they going to do? There's no vision. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it be? No vision. Well, the history is that there's no history, military. to have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. Loves them. It's very rare. And when they come along and change the direction of his I got some of these world defining ideas, religious freedom is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to force, inspire the value of religious freedom was lands from religion, a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
So in history, some of the groups have been various groups have been run to some extent was based on different sects and just not Christians, but based on it. But what happened with Genghis Khan? First campaign he had outside of Mongolia was from the weaker people that live in Western China. They had the were being wanted by, let's say we mentioned, was a Khan. Had fled west. Had been a Christian, but he converted to Buddhism. His subject were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and all kinds of things. So the weaker set of delegations of Genghis Khan. This time, they knew that they were from China, but the weaker didn't know. So they sent delegations of Genghis Khan and asked him to come with them from. He did. He shut down the attachment. He didn't himself. They did. Genghis Khan made the a lot of religion. Institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow organized churches. He said every person has the right to choose religion. What can stop them? And what can force them? The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever seen that. That it belongs to the person. What is a reason? And alone, I mean, that's what he thought was to be inspired. Genghis Khan. Religious freedom, the individual. Such a illustration, manifestation, just individual freedom. If you in history of it's one of the biggest things that the individuals at least free. It was a great source of power, but also I would say that he did this because of some ideological reasons. It's just like he didn't get that for ideological reasons. He didn't come to stay as a moral life. He didn't experience why his mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. That was a crime against every ethics that you can think of in every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It was a thing with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be personal, but to keep them from being God. And then that gave him the witness support, minorities, lady types. So they looked at minorities have hope is a good idea.
Genuinely, so I understand of course, that's the practical aspect of those policies. I'm just curious about the different religions as well. As I understand, I never chose any religion except the one I follow. Is that I mean, can you describe what you believe spiritually as well?
After the demonstration of his grandson, religious scholars of all sorts, of famous. Just the simple way he didn't organize people in pictures, and public debates, discussion. They hated each other, would never discuss anything. It's a powerful man, so let's explain religion. It's like sometimes you can't explain it in terms of your perspective. What do you say to the law? Like, no, he was exploring. No, he never changed. He was an analyst. We would say that's a big term. Early in life, he was something about I'll do it. It was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top. He would pray. He would pick up his head. He would go his will. He would stand before the sky and pray. Although later on, that was happening. Sometimes we wait for it to be these people. Just to take some reading to hear what's going on. Take us out. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think whatever, all those are many spirits in the water, everything around him, and you have to know him personally and bring to them know what they like and don't like. Should you sing to them or should you offer some? What do you do? You have to know them. When you get away from Mongolia, and this has a problem in China, they didn't know the spirits. This goes to great conservation. You've got land here, the spirits don't like us, they're hostile land, we don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It's a long time. And so gradually Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main. He would go down to the sky, that was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every being. And so when the Mongolians did it right way, the word for sky, the word for heaven, the word for God, the word for dinner, were all the same. Tinker. And so, or Mulchustinker is the nature of the sky. When they're talking about the religious terms, nature of the sky. He became more universalistic in his vision of the world. And so then the sky would embrace all religions. People were trying to attain the enlightenment. Enlightenment is too specific a word. What a safe person knew reality. Each person could communicate and know reality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught by somebody from a world. And then just what the concept. You people don't know Christians, Jews, Muslims, that you people have your scriptures. You know that we have our spirits and our times were in charge of the ministry of domains and economy. So he was using the women in a very practical way. But it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. It's the same with the environment. I'm not going to say it was an environment unless you know what you're saying. Very strict about the use of water and also about not using water. You couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think a lot of the historians of ecology just let the irrigation system be disturbed. Work to destroy the irrigation system and to create. They destroy those systems that were policy. And that was, it's just going to return against your land. Just last night, I was the one change that I joined you and started along with more irrigation and different water and things. But just how use these modern terms like utilized crusade or democratic modern sector. This was a part of it. Another part was the protection of voice. He said every message is protected from risk, from torture, from killing. And if you kill one of our, we will fight you out. And it's 40 goes to destruction of the air. This protects you. So, and for the military part, just organizing everything together. The military part was Sudan. So Sudan and they sent internet and our environment and some of the witnesses, sources saying all the chickens. I have no evidence of that. I don't believe it, but maybe she was into him. Or some say she was a daughter of Genghis. Others say she was a witch. He decided she was a witch. Killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. He was destroyed for killing. What is it? Communication. Diplomacy. So, is expected by anybody. That's a signal to everybody else. Boy, you respect it. That's why these we accept it. We don't have to protest. All of the diplomats are careful about purely. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation. Parts of today. We not religious freedom. Oh, but that's not. This isn't good. Their religion isn't right. Like our religion, tolerate them, but they gotta be more like us. No. The only say these things for cheap. So if they did not achieve it within his knowledge, he achieved those. So one of the things we need to put in check is I think it's free. Is on trade. Basically establishing a unified trade network. That's based on thousands of kilometers. There's a lot of interesting things that enable the trade. One is quantity, safety, and security. Not just the otherwise, communication, and relative contacts with merchants. Can speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road. That's how most of history they had been traders who carried the goods from one city to another. So the Mongols were also extremely invested and extremely independent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow anything. They took the technological skills from most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly when the Chinese were, it wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but during the Chinese world, where the merchants were considered extremely aloof. In the 1780s, seeds that could be used in the they were guaranteed protection at the end of any sort of area where it might be dangerous. And a small group, squad of officers would go with them. So it was extremely important. They also supported training that are very odd. It's to worship out there, they would ask for an outrageous price. Much more than waiting for the would say, his grandson, why do you do that? You gotta stop doing that. This was a Muslim. Where's the money gonna go? It's telling my so they had a much different attitude when we respected. I think what's simple about that is in the time of Kublai when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China, and then on the second trip, we go over to China. They were seeing the whole way, goods were staying, they came back with the images of them. They were never harassed, and they never making clothes in their videos, or they never making clothes on that safely. I come back. There was a precedent. We really don't expect any well documented case of anybody saying, oh, China visited California or visiting China before the war. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent. His mom was a ledger deposit. Because it wasn't just trade. It was also an exchange. Exclusive listed along the way. Technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, mathematical ideas, constantly circulated. They speak to that aspect of it. It was an exchange of ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information. Everything was being exchanged, anything for cultural goods, new crops or new areas. But Genghis Khan, his genius in globalization was knowing what skill people had that would contribute to his influence. For example, the Muslims were very from which we get the word algorithm, because it was a mathematician who invented algorithms. It's a but let's look at him. What Muslims were using the zero. All those were absolutely impressed with the Chinese leftover versus of the zero. All those were very impressed because herders were to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, almost a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of portions. You can ask them how many animals you can have, and they could say, oh, we're portions. And it has to be they have 100 portions. It's going to be like cows count as 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels, there's 5 horses. So they reduce it all down like that. All those sacred things and everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And it was one of the demands for every place he went is a complete census of your people. Every house had to post outside. How many people, how many animals, what did they do, their occupations, all this information. So they good mathematics for this. The Muslims provide the Muslims in China, these are good scholars, and unfortunately, they were really maintain the text policies, but they became the financial advisors to other groups of people and other stuff, and he was moving them around doing stuff. And so, here's the combination, because I said, he was still genius, look at why he had now things of technology. He created the spirit. Other people were also technology. And encouraged, they were no longer heresy or the devils were bringing this thing up. We had this greater printing. wrong with the overlapping. Kubla Khan
Coming.
War. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, the Byzantines, especially. Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They applied to almost everything, but they get kept bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell, and we're going to turn it on its left. We're going to use a flamethrower. We're going to use gunpowder from China. They were using some very by the time you get to the Hindus, horses are not working. So the longer the time, the rest of that Chinese here, the Great Wall of the Sea. The Great Wall of the Sea. They used it as a defense. They were supposed to literally that idea of northern China under the control
Yeah, which
was the one that took on public son of the fourth king. Riding around so we all so next time he's actually part of the
which had now we're talking about the Jews.
his mother, I think, He took together and this was his four sons. Her son in 12. Different stories. I don't know. In this step. Nurse for him. She had a good education for him. And I think he was he needed to go. The brother was assigning people.
That was a situation.
It was a
very
great
large country.
Territory north of
Concentration camps.
cheating the people. Basically, it's his change. You go there. What was that?
Northern.
He was headed Buddhist. All those stuff. Oversee. My rating.
Places
It's going to be
select.
Always be there. Now, taking over the empire should be. don't you? There was if they protected Southern this huge MC revolution that is fine. So he had one of his very strong was also able to protect the rights of somebody. He went with his father and Vietnam against a dying. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Japanese territory. They were going to on the north, on the west, and on the south. So they went down the direct river. The idea, they're already up on the other side with boat, and then they have elephants. They walk on the river and run the Canadian forces on the other side. What Young was a smart man, not a genius, was smart. They already knew what campaigns were about. They were to rob the elephants, was with fighting arrows to the heat. That was it. But he recognized that they came up with boats, almost their like boats. It just made the river on a goat skin. There's a organ. It was a card. There was a floating card. Not a floating card. Under a line, a goat skin across the river. As I looked at judgment, you have to learn the boat. So the idea cannot escape when we come out the cover. Well, the word, you got to know it. The elephants are running from the elves, all kinds of fields, just put on the group that sits on the boat. We burned a bunch of women in the heart. It's just not, right? So they were doing the battle like these. Well, who was won the battle? The idea was to sail back to what's the Hanoi. And they evacuated the city. All the food and everything out of the city. They disappeared into the hills. All those arrived in Concord on Novi, capital city. They had nothing. They had nothing. They wanted to battle that they retreated. Aju was the son of he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats. And so he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river in the city. Something he saw was the cities were heavily fortified on the land side. There was invasion down from the land, and they expected to boats to protect them. The water, and so we just surrender. These cities were on the beach waiting for almost 2 years a day. So he failed.
Go ahead and say that this is the time of the samurai, right?
Yes.
So there was never a real.
Learns a very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritual. It's like the Knights of Europe. Had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just crazy. You ride out through your enemy and you recite the story of your king. No use for that. They're there to wait. But on the other hand, as well as no terror. I don't want to give too much credit to the Japanese. Those weren't well prepared. They were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion. Those were small battles. You know, and it's the first time anybody had ever done that circumventive invasion. He's still supply responsibility of Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost. So in China, also he gave them maybe some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move up into around southern China. So they were closing. Haji was in command. Actually, the head in command was a Mongol who had been raised in Central Asia. He was perhaps close to the Ferguson family in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up. And he took over command. He was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. So Maya is so general is learning so partisans are all out to join them. You pay the loading up So she bows on the ground, speaking. She takes the child in front of the day. They make their way. She was sick at the normal. Jake, so I go again. He gives him a new title. We don't give up people anymore. Really, you're gonna give them out in the street a nice thing. But the Navy fled. It took the fitness. Those cowardly generals. They made the little boy 7-year-old. Was his name. They made him the they're just floating around the ship. From city after city. Muslims were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships from that area. The Chinese Muslims, they were still Muslim. They switched sides to the locals because of the religious freedom thing and because they were virgin. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet for the country. They had some oil supply, some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. He dropped the emperor in the ocean. He literally spilled him in the ocean. They fished him out, but he died. So, they had 7-year-old. So, exactly where the airport is today. So they went there, big coronation ceremony, and the people there were not supportive of it. So he wasn't home. So they sailed off further south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. Like, all those are Jason, it was trouble. Build a palace. These are like the remains of the Chinese generals and the army and the Navy. Confidence. So we're going to protect it with all this thing. We chained together the boats across the peninsula. And they put the palace in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers. So they made all of the way to the island and go to the boats and bring them home. The officer was getting over and over and over. They asked them to spare. Show me your heart and all this kind of stuff. Land. The water all around them, and they had land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the island right onto the ships. Over the pressure line, over the mud, and water. So they just oil rights. And just winning the nice seawater, the whole sea just comes out there. The leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old with his parents. That's the only thing he had left in life was his backyard. And then all those, every opportunity. Prime Minister so well, common that he felt we treated today in China. Coward that he was. He said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. The first thing to do is find their children wanted to run. But then he took the emperor and held him. 7-year-old, he was 7 years old. He had just turned 7 years old. And jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do. Somehow, because the king came undone the parent. The parent fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parent died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song Dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great. They were just one of the greatest moments of history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and eating their in order to save the water. one eye. One of the bigger pictures for all these become institutions are politician class probably have lost their skill and confidence and all that kind of stuff. Well, that is true. And that's how you summarize that. They never bring out their perspective. Maybe if anybody told the story as a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity of communism. But yeah, that's from Chinese perspective, they tell the story. Some kind of maintained honor to the last moment. Very often, most scholars appreciate the institution of the country. And as they know, that will be let go for another 45 years. And so she did not protect the country. She protected China, but as you're supposed to protect. He was the man who killed your people. So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China? Well, first of all, he had unified China in not just the word with Korea and Syria. Only a part of Central Asia on the edge of the land. But enjoyed the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the good emperor. There was great opposition from Russia and from the central region, which is called Persian. These are the different fracturing of only the ill was still welcoming. There's no more away. Because the baby, but this is the baby. He says, the whole thing is gigantic. It's gigantic. It's very hard. And that's why I decided to get that. But he is China unified over here. And then he set out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia and trade from the thousand years producing corn in the world. Timber merchants trading goods. He organized a great fleet to send them wheat, corporate test, wheat, and the Ilkhani, the Khan of Persia. It's Persia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, and good parts of that area. So he's organized that, and someone who won that book was ready to go home because they knew Kublai was about to die. For doing what you left to live. And they wanted to get their riches out. They didn't know what incoming. No reason to, without a clear, it's doing each other, helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have this problem, even though they know the words of grenade system. And the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive. And a lot of film screens are made later showing these impressive battles, you know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the navy. But I think Japan had defeated the Wings, I would say. The Japanese deserved victory. The sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. Already the Japanese had a good strategy while the Mongols had been away. They knew how to hold us. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships and the fire. And they were doing great damage. And good luck to them. Lost the division of Japan. But the soldiers were gone. They didn't kill them all. But the problem was solved. This is one of those ironies of history. It's hard to understand. So this didn't happen. When God was coming to the Polo, they're ready to go. They would sail this expedition with the Princess Luggage to go to something great. And that began the system of trade. Soon after that, his grandson, who's not so well respected in history, was off the drum. But if he was it was a drum when he was young. But his grandfather came a couple times in public. He cured him. He was first he knew we had some of the driver. He did. The golden horn had loyalty to him, recognized him as great on his employee. He took the lead of Central, and they declared loyalty to him. The Khanate was already loyal to him. All declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world. He sent out envoys to replace the attack. Say, we're changing confidence to commerce. We want to trade China. Good. The ancient time was short, unfortunately, it lasted forever. It was a great era of exchange, all kinds of things. All the way to the connection to Somalia. Some people say, so technically he moved over the region. By now, they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging lots of things. So there were soldiers in China. Contention of setting soldiers there. Because there's like the professors, but it's not really to learn about it. Over time, started intermarrying. They were not intermarrying. Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols. They were switching to Mongolian language. And first, it's not clear. But thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet. Everybody in the world writes with an alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russia, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day. Russian, maybe. Briefly mentioned. So he's this famous terrorist.
I guess one is one of the primary documents of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about there it is? I like his work a lot. It's very real. I love the areas where he's not really couldn't tell because he didn't. And so pretty much accepted him for a lot of things. Because it was something like the princess Rothschild, another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutalum. He wrote about her, but we also needed other sources. So we can find Chinese or other sources or something that supported that I really felt a lot of confidence on him for time. When pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. However, I believe the best word written about almost I know this whole book, which was actually written by Rothschild, dictated to Prince of Asia. I know it. In the 20th century, the comedy in Broadway, no more minutes. That was like what he was called. A million. And he had talked about cities and millions of people. He had the millions of things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He didn't publish his own plans. What he really believed was an ironic capitalist, because it's the 20th century, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he's talking about in God. And so part of the system of capitalism, not in its worst, but at its most basic, or that is like the pre-existing story. There's nothing real life. This isn't the play written by your Tino O'Neill, if I can capture the line. The princess Rothschild says, your voice is the judge of quantity. There are things like that. And in the play of the great general, it talks about Lacan. He said, look, these people are dangerous. This musical program is now flowing to them. Lacan tells Leon, in the play, this is fiction, he tells Leon, we were not worth conquering. And if we conquered them, we would go with them. And he said, look, you've always been an old man. You've seen everything. You've seen nothing. You've seen everything. You understand nothing. For me, this was something important symbolically. With Marco Polo, Lacan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. What I hope is that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step in that moment. We could have learned more cooperation. It didn't quite integrate successfully. But today, we return to that, taking the East and the West are confronting each other again for equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so strong. It's an internal one. Today, there's equality, but there's more of a balance. Which way will we go? And I think that's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, misunderstanding of civil versus integration, because the East is demonized. And one of the great ones that helped to mediate is, like understand China and things. Not just economics, but politics. Reading a few books, but like when you understood and felt the Mongolian step, like understand that you're these people that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration.
Last book I wrote, before. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese. Chinese are not regularly. I want to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. What I think is possible as an outsider to still have respect for their culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one. I disagree. They'll say, oh, I don't understand it. Right? Quite possible. That's an outside view. It is different and just respect. Just as I respect the empire, I respect China. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. There are many aspects I don't love, of course, because I love everything in members of the family. I do hope that others other and we're just making them understand. Even if we understand, we're ignorant and just never to understand. Will help us a lot. It's just have a couple of centuries of extreme arrogance and failure to change the world. And I sometimes dismay young people in the world who come to help. They're an NGO, they're not teaching people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the way that exercise their lives. They're going to bring in microfinance to help live. We are here in those times. We need to be a little bit real and try to put ourselves in places for someone else. Not as superior reasons. How did despite the fact that the project and they had the dream going on. The Mongols never to China and they became almost in different areas. So in some areas they became more like the local people. In Central Asia they became Muslim. And they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from examples from before. Russia lingered under Mongol domination. It got weaker and weaker over time, and then it was based around the river, but then we get another movement that they just became a tributary minority within the Russian Empire. When the Mongols had left as the framework for empire function, that's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear English. The end of the Zhou dynasty. But it is true that even Yum is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the way this used to be. Russia, many other things. Just like mulching. Mulching is a word. It's a word for lynching. It's a person takes a knife. All kinds of influences in Russia. That's what people want to deny. There's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports understanding of the Mongols and identity. One of the famous ones, he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all. I depend upon a lot of research done by different scholars in the 19th century. Sponsorship. Mongols have been there since 1568. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It's just another seasonal migration. You know, And they said, okay, we're telling you what to do. You're not going to do the skills. We're not acknowledging them. And they were there throughout the whole thing. They went until we captured them again, took them back to North Korea, and then they tried to ransom them. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to find another good person. The worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back. Internal reasons. What's up external things from nature? And I think that was a great plan. You know, everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath that's bad. Everything that's bad seems to have something underneath it. Sometimes we're too good. This great system that united is helping out. What's called? And united everything. They will go back and forth quickly. And they can also take the blame out of southern China. To the world. But I do think that's what happened. And destroyed the whole system. All these people, because they're benefiting so much from this system. And now the system collapses. Yeah. The Empire War. Original war in 1368. Just fell apart. Most of them stayed in Persia, Afghanistan, the Hazara people were still from the army there. In Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, at the time of communism, a lot of them went to Russia. Had been there most of their years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. So, many of those people, they were still despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their temples, walking around the fire, drinking fermented milk, eating curds, and eating against the Americans. This is something that persists through centuries. Yes. It's just determined that the worse. Well, it's very difficult because they were lazy and they weren't so good at doing the task. So, it became difficult actually just looking at so many people coming home. And, you know, they in China, and they were producing goods for 150 years. So, just director. Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force. The historians agree that in popular youth, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army. You mentioned the samurai. Several hours to set up the chess pieces. You can just imagine. And the speed of everything. What they would do to the so, I guess the question is where you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is a military force. Short answer is absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia, China, and Persia, and Central Asia, and Turkey, and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again. 24 countries. Just going to have one lessons. I mean, King. I think there's a the Muslims took it back then. They took back the Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy. The strategy is first you take the countryside, people they think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you control the city, you kind of live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would back there, all, we're going to have to home. We're going to away with conquer the country. Back there. They go in, they get trapped in their tiny green field. They never conquer America. The strongest army in the world. This is something that worked in Europe. Yes, we bombed the cities. We took the city because it was a city, the center of production for the arrow. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. All of them are very aware and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city to do? To surrender. The Americans were trying something that was in Europe, in Germany, had not worked in Iraq or Vietnam or even North Korea, Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria, or God knows it worked for people. I think that's the only lifetime that's the only successful war we had. Less than a couple of hours, we went in, conquered a little bit. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country we've lost it. In all treatment. We conquered more people in Cambodia than we conquered Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We got more bombs from Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing because Germany is destroyed the cities that people surrender. Dresden's gone, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can follow the country from Europe. You can kill the people and they did. You can use chemical weapons and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia. You can go to large areas where you don't get floods. Those are the people who all around them. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it. We don't want to admit it. World War II, when Americans did it, unconditional surrender. Because we're the war, not the war with everybody. These are issues that people can argue. But we have a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan. We're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy. We're going to free the women. What? There's absolute sheer insanity. I think so. We kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare to kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers in France. He died from agent Brugger's disease. Well, that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield. We don't need to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. And we just need paper sometimes. He's fighting you. It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is the near UV. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle. And that way they can stop the armies in the jungle and they can stop the supplies. That was America's strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. That is simply where he belongs. He did to Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely the Red Guard comes in, they defoliate, which means they wipe out the crops. People were starving. The case, Cambodia's army. Animals are being killed. And deformed children are being born to this day. And then American soldiers, thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home. They have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma, becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to them. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it, any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and they're not in the basement. If you're killed out, you're killed. I could fire, every night I fire. It seems that what people mean when they say that war is it's a deep sense that we lose no matter the areas. You brought war is acceptable in some situations, but terrible. And for people who lose the war, it's going to always be terrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life.
The whole area of Central Asia, and then they had a great but as he was crossing the Norway, which is what we think of wild house. I used to say wild horses house, but I would like to say a lot. And he introduced me medically, and he's flying from that point to some number of points. August of 2027 was very much near the end of the week. You can read online the exact date, it's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly on which day, definitely the time, because it is one of his places was the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the field of the conduct was completed. So things again, the second Genghis Khan told us that we know except nothing of the nation so that they were Buddhist people. They were Buddhists. Which you think you can be born into the whole family. But he said, no, you don't. So they can't be born. So he died there. The succession issue was quite difficult. He did not have the right to approve the succession. There was no way. He could nominate somebody. So he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign. One of his lines is street. Even the biggest street. You've got to make a plan. Talk to your sons about the future. So he called the sons together. So this is this boy with love that was allied with his love God. And he was named Visitor at Lunch. And then so it was Gemini. And the next one was Liberty. The next one was the father. But he was still so all four of them came. He got to explain to them. He wanted to talk about the succession. And to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, people to speak one word age. They also serve tea or particularly order of age. Until now. So he called first of all to use the search. This is the one that was like always favored him. You know, because it's the one with the money. We should be very good to cut him with some rules and all what he thought he seemed to favor socialism or reasonable for your reason person. But he was legit by some speaking. The second one, he jumped out. He said, how can you call on this Mongol market minister if you call on him first to meet you want him to be he should not be the cross of the market player. He's morally fired up. On and on, you can imagine kind of see. Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there pretty much on his second son. This is when he gave that impassioned speech a spokesperson. But anyway, I think as far as I think he's the one that started on this business. You did not know you were not there. Stars were moving to this good, heaven was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved who. You did not know who your mother was. You did not know what your mother did. If I say yes to the son, Lord, you, there's the son. Really, just way. Yeah. This way. It's really powerful. I don't know if you saw it in this point or not. We do not have the death recorder. Because it's just something some human is so programmed. So God said, yes, you are our Father. We accept what you say. But dear shocking words, they loaded on a horse. But dear shocking words cannot tell. It's not a voice. A voice. A voice. You want to do what you want to do. I don't favor because of his attitude and the situation. And he actually got big drunk and the guys they said were good. This is the most generous. I'm taking it every time. One time she hooked up the great church in Rothschild history. Was taking out one time. For whatever reason, I don't know what, but they did also invest on drug plans. When they came out, they were looking at bring them up and put it back into the party. It was a party. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and that Genghis Khan had very powerful his daughters, but also he had chosen very, very capable. He had a wife who wasn't his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody surviving a certain clan or something. But he had very intelligent. She was more or less ruling in the last few years, and after she owned the empire in her way, she was the ruler of the greatest empire ever ruled. It's incredible that the genius of Genghis set it up that way. And to know probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time. To have not being able to heal that individual making the right decision. But when we'll keep it all together. There was peace, you still don't get paid. There's peace during our time. The women, like, they're just speculate into economics, education, money. These are private corporations. She was running her own. So she was interested in economics, the trade, and the empire. There was a time of peace, and she recognized that the peace was better for trade. It was better. So it was a peaceful time. But like it was, one of our weak points, she feared worthless stuff. None of this is great, but they can take it or not. She figured audio or something. So she arranged to be a great empress. She was alive. She had a primary minister who was also a team of police. Unfortunately, he was an organized purge of revolution. Like killed a lot of people who had been supporting her. A lot of Muslims and he killed a lot. And then he was moved to get to the Golden Horde because the Russians were together. So he got off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And
to me, we actually spoke about this. You can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the genes, if you're a person that wants to propagate the genes, make sure that the land of Chicago are stable, flourishing, and happy. So actually, what this is much better. It's better explained by the they value social responsibility to be associated with like Asian Chinese club. And so that means that for many generations, the Greek club and the Chinese club. So in that sense, all the past, when it was all the transformational effect it has on Chinese culture and so on, it makes no sense. It has to do with like just it's just male descent. The way it works. That means if this paper is a correct assessment, that the number of people descended are direct male descendants increase. And it's like this lineage. The number of descendants can be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history. Like Jenkins. Where did they get the view? There's a couple of years. So one of the reasons that you have is like, well, I don't know much. They're scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that there was people who did that. And then they one person gets from Houston is gone. But there's no evidence that it was from him. It's from that time. It's from one person. But from that time, we're 200 years old. It could be 200 years. See, I would like for it to be true. In a certain way, I do think there is no truth there. I think that by attaching to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves. It gets a lot of publicity, more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's an experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's a person conquering the world. You do not have his children moving up into the place. He had 4 wives with 2 of them. That's a lot of descendants. We know most things where they are from many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. But they just saw a lot of problems in the empire rivaling the Lord. So he put me to all these other people that children would have been the worst of this. This methodology is pretty solid. Oh, I believe that they have no connection. Yeah, but it's no evidence. It's like it's gone. I think it may be actually it's connected to him. If somebody from the Mongolian region, I think that's quite possible. We've already had them come through. We've had all the Turks and the Turkic nation. On the other hand, on which they can get to proof, which can be true. They just can't believe it the way it is. We have no let's go. My nation. He tells me that he can know. Because we are strong and be that way. Most of the culture followed were also buried in a similar way. Chinese and Persian were buried in very elaborate rituals, but not the Yunnan communist. No. He's buried back with my father. None of us prayed. No, the people were quick. Was on campaign towards Russia. He was died out there. He was buried out there. I think his father really was so buried.
animals, chopping of trees, nothing can be done. It's a holy man dedicated to him and his family.
For the greatest conqueror of humanity, for good or for bad, the most impactful, one of the most impactful in history.
Even this thing, and then I said to people, what did he look like? And I said, well, that was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw him. But actually, if you look at the portrait of Robert Kahn and James Kahn, they look alike. That's because Kumar was trying to establish, he wanted to establish his legitimacy. They looked alike when his he didn't. So they hopped. But I say, if you want to see the face of Jesus, look at any book. The first challenge you see is the face of Jesus. It's his nation. He created this nation. It's his nation.
That being said, there's no, for these lines, capturing all of this image, that he really made himself sort of disappear. Does that make you sad?
Because he's everywhere. When you have these clans that are still operating in the system, still using the system, there are many aspects of him out there in the world. And I think I find my inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much information of Genghis Khan in the books of Genghis Khan that you could still read it. He gave lots of many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, to Randolph. These ideas live on, and we still have not. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have no protections for women. We do not have protections for envoys and ambassadors. I guess like the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, they eat the same clothes, they sleep in the same bed. His kids would sleep in the same situation. No,
I have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as people play lead. Yeah, most of them don't do it. But it is just infinite respect. That is the way. One lesson is key. When you learn from James Scott, that one, you already said it. They just freed himself.
well, I think those are policy ideas. I think are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats. I think it's the only way that help every religious freedom of individuals. Also, he had terms reached out for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. Teacher. He So we can't think in terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are. But I also know if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. Let's usually celebrate. And in many ways, the Genghis Khan is a representation of a person who is self-forgiving and a person from nothing that built an entire living existence. Everything against him is a good thing, though. Your father died at an early age. It seems like that. But just Joe said he had a good heart. There were many crucial points in which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. There's one question was what was the first point? Later on, she would come to power, but he humiliated his younger brother. She was the one who said he clamped down on someone who were exercising too much power. And she guided him on. He could not be understood how important, critical they are in this story of Afghanistan. It's fascinating. And sometimes behind the scenes, because they're always out front. The local court now is out front. They're always out front. This horrifying for Chinese who are very good. If you were finding Christians, they didn't know the women even drink. They do rub it in. Sometimes it was like that, but other times it was not. She's actually the rule on the case of his daughters, such as all time I know people. The other daughters who wrote over different, they wrote in their own names. But he's very extreme. There's something about the definition. Look at the chapter, section 2. Look at the chapter, section 215. There's only half a sentence. 214 is reported from a girl he calls his daughter or something. She lives with this boy. His youngest son is away from her. When the time comes and the mother gives him food, cooks you food every night, he realizes this is the woman of Jesus. That's the child of Jesus. He grabs him, kidnaps him, he's holding the child in one hand, he's pulling out the other hand. He tightly raised up, and she grabbed his arm and held him down. They were back behind the gear, slaughtering the dogs with their exquisite English. So they got there doing that. So they raised up with a axe and they killed the man. So they was warning everybody their great names until they like baby wounded before save the life of those. You should know. You killed the car. He saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got here together. She saved it and you're worried about it. So he's finished that story in 214. It's 215. He says, no, I just reported for help. It's only a phrase. I said it's a thing. So he's talking about the thing. The rest is gone. Listen. The document was just so. And I looked at all these different translations of how different ultimately translated. And now, my God, whatever he told me, oh no.
has been edited to remove the significance, even though there's still there. In case, with his mother, but I think in that case, what happened is most of these women had few offspring. The husband was gone. And Tony, of course, she really took time. Sometimes it was doing something worse, but they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. Only one chicken who was really superior. She was the one with a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war until they actually split off to the empire. Later, but what happened was that the area of Quebec was taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkey areas, one by one, were taken over by refugees. They died out, not in their own life. They didn't kill them, but they took it over. They just were racist. Northern China, those who looked at study, she was ruling her husband, and her sons were more beautiful and good. So they cut out the women for reasons. Anytime. And there were other little things that are added. Sometimes you can find rays and humanism. You learn more of human nature. Just the trajectory of humanity. That's tend to have a love of individuals and person, a love of people in general, and especially not of institutions. They tend to have a great suspicion of everything, distrust in institutions over and over. But I think that's important. Find reasons to support that. Chicken Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions. To heal with him as a heart. People like that, and I stress those things. That's one thing. Other things that I've heard from the local people in general, not just about their issue. How is it possible for thousands of years in a place that people is not the most beautiful in the world, it's the most sterile. We have a band of flowers, some trees, and big band. A big band of to go green. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just there's too much space. We need to build something. We even have a copy of nothing like this. But everything can be used in there. They really believe in their country. They protect their country. Even not 1%. It's going to be they keep it down and play records. Category. Settled people. It doesn't mean settle on a farm, it's in the city. Settled people. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would to return to the capital city, would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would say, I have to walk on. The countryside would recognize the city, but it's still his country, his people. Worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God as a favor, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. Because we pray for you today, thank you God for this and that, you're so wonderful, would you please give me, and would you please do this, would you please stop this pain? We're asking for things along the place, but Jesus, no one ever asks for anything, they just honor him, they just praise him and honor him. If I wanted to say, go ahead, what would you recommend? What's the right way? We'll start with Bible.
any direction you go outside of the city is going to be interesting. Kind of Atlanta alone. Most people still have to go really to aloof to the Karakorum, but it was Kublai Khan. We call Prince Walt Street. The wild homes, but they don't kind of much smaller. So that's a beautiful journey. And I want to see the more dirty area where they are the west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are incredibly beautiful. More gentle, more gentle, the monuments, the more dramatic. They don't call it the movie. Then if you go to the eastern it's tend to be very flat. There are massive books of grains that go millions and millions of grains. There are also tundras that come in, and the golden ducks and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And each area has something special. Particularly the description is not Victorians love him, worship him, but they don't do too much to capitalize on his home. You can go to the areas you cannot go to, large areas. But the capital is like this is the place. They don't give themselves any respect. Only one place they built this statue of Rabbi, to the world. But it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is coming back from Oracle Hunt, or Total Hunt, or 100. He's coming back to his family, and on the way, he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it. It's simple. Obviously, it's used for a horse. Your destiny, your yourself, your village, your cable, your wind horse that lives inside of you, your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. It's up to you. Your mind and wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild wind horse. And so I think that's an educational moment. He's on his way back home to the God and the soldiers to the market to rescue first time. And to sit well and he found I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important. And it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's using this neck birds Tom. But they can love him. To children. Almost every day on everything on I don't understand a word they say. What are they talking about? I never heard of it. Like that. Who's running for office? Oh my God. Everything like that. But then, almost every day I meet somebody, just one person.
that alcohol keep you changing better. Yeah. People don't really take such good care of the time. My wife had something to talk about this before something she had in us. Mind, just being not able to sorry. We live half the year still in to do for better situation. It was very helpful. So the people, it was important that the cycles are good, everything's working. Zero level, I knew that every move. So hard, pick up the wheelchair, lift her up with it. You can go to the hallway, you have to go this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the front. We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come once, and then two guys would come. And I'd say, excuse me, man, they did not wait for you. I said, thank you. Nothing. They just do it, and they walk away. They have such respect. Seniors would come there all the time to sing to warm up the house for the away. And even dancers would come sometimes to dance and play fiddle or and to play that warm up the house. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was meeting my wife, they would come to me like take a Rothschild, reading her their place. Children would come up there and welcome me. They all put a break. She's a big wheelchair. You just kind of look, they don't know what to do. But there's the children always come there. They were very good. You just learn something about the people living there in a country where you on every side you come to here, you never ask for permission to go in. You sort of don't go for it. That's you can't fix it. And you ask, it's like a because people have to ask you for something. You walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. It's very incredible. These are the things people, there's no institution in the world knows the big things. You have to build culture and not all the platitudes. You would say it was platitudes. You got stuck and now you're cold and wet and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. But I just want to give them an hour. Some child is going to be the water and these things where you can come from. The mother sends them over. Oh, there's something you they believe they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that, what individuals do gives me hope. People are going to want to even though I'm lost in the modern world. I'm glad you find your way. And the wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her? Well, I can tell you a favorite picture of something we used to go to call it the ocean. Before somebody here, his friend took a picture of us. Just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake. There were like too many times. And she's holding hands. They're paralyzed. We're just sitting there staring off. And it's such that's one of my favorite. I was just blessed. Life was exciting. She was smart. She even talked to me like anything. She would put me down on fixing something. I like this house. And they're like, I like she's the one that gave me a life. She
having a party and not choose. No, I was trying to pass that course. I failed. I failed. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after my hospitalization, they kicked me out of the school. My grades were so low. You know, I mean, so it took me a long time to get this to my life after I, you know, it's not good. But I bring my head out of the thing, touch school, and just, you know, you read that later. I told her, she just looked at me, she said, Professor, no, it's just a professor. You can write anything you want. And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I didn't care what she said, I would believe it. And I said, yeah, it's right, it's just a professor. Yeah, but, you know, she inspired me. But she also, she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses at one point. She was doing much work, but she inspired me. But she told me, I saw her like, I'm just all her scholars have done this dissertation on PhD, and she's crying. That's all I wanted to do. Because I didn't know what to do. And she said, just tell the story to me. Against you, what you're ordering. This to your uncle or driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me. And to this day, almost every word I write, there's just tell the story to her. And she like, I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, you know, but she just loved hearing the book because it was mine, you know. The last years of her life, I gave up the teaching. And we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that. Just be worthless teenagers. And my wife used to have episodes of clarity about time. I have no idea what hours. I mean, it might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. And so one time she said to me, she said, this disease is going to take my life. It's taking your life. She said, you gave up teaching. You gave up writing. She said, how do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease? She said, you should write. So every single day, we sat together by the water, by the window, overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk. She sat there in a chair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little music in the background. And for the most part, she couldn't talk. But she liked to just sit there beside me working. She knew that she was inspiration. She knew. She was the battery that kept me going. You know, on earth, I ever had a wife like that, I don't know.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. You know, I just hit the jackpot for you. And I see so many people that get caught. They don't like each other or friends or something. But there was one person. I love my children. I still do. Like I mentioned, I don't understand them. Yeah. But there's one person in my life that was my wife for 44 years. And her funeral was on our anniversary. It's just the way life goes, you know. But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the two of you were met centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about Yoko Crash.
No.
And then she said,
She said it was only one favor. She was too busy enjoying it. You know, in her final, I could not ask her questions. And I could not say, oh, you remember that? No, I never would say that. I think she couldn't remember. But was beautiful. Thanks for Rothschild. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many people write so many things. Great memories.
It made me cry. Oh, no. Beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. You know that the thoughts you do. So it's such a big journey through human history. One of the most active parts of human history.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We have so much research. What you're going to know things I don't know.
There's only one piece of research this means.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. This podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to. Now, let me answer some questions. There are articulating some things I've been thinking about. If you want to submit questions, audio and video, go to livestream.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to livestream.com/contact. Now, ever-evolving landscape of human civilization through our 1,000-year history. I was listening to David Owens' excellent episode of history titled Human Resources. It covered the topic of slavery, Atlantic slave trade. One of the lessons I took from this episode is that the arc of history is full of atrocities. As we, the humans, understand them with wisdom of time and regardless. But during each period of history, it's documented. It was difficult for the majority of people to see just what good and evil is. We humans, after all, we're like to keep the story, and we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss slavery so waiting for his codes of slaves, of torture, of rape, of separation of families, is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, this topic, first article of slavery can be lifted. Slave narratives, a full history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend the book now that read, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 authentic slave narratives. You won't see the detail, obviously wrong for today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote All Men Are Created Equal, I think is the most powerful mind in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making campaign defense in case of the contradictions. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson threw Genghis Khan's ideas about the religious freedom. Ideas of human freedom, the jewels of human history. And Dan, in his episode, documents these contradictions and complexities. Major human psychology involved, including how violations of basic human rights breed generational hatred. This is simple unless it's understood. The consequences or failings can be property to century. I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what bottles of hand they go through. In my view, they are all. And the death of each child is a tragedy. Laws did definitively keep that of a homicide, brutally murdering 1,000 civilians. But now, the acts were conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are children. 17,000. But that's far enough to know the path to peace and flourishing among the peoples of the region. But I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be in the way. Suffering on this kind of scale leads generational hate that leads to more evil, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with a Palestinian in West Bank on camera. There's a video now if you want to hear their voices for yourself. It was a deeply moving experience for me. I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to work with people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists from all perspectives. Most public conversations about economic and all respect for the everyday people. It's always felt like what the truth is, the deeper truth of life, pain, fear, hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you. The following conversation featured a co-author, anthropologist, and historian specializing in Genghis Khan, the Mughal Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic, titled Genghis Khan and Making the Modern World, and he has written many other books, including The World Sees Kublai Khan and the Making of Java, Genghis Khan, The Quest of God, Seeking the History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak for him now. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. Yes, so I speak my podcast, someone is your sponsor in the description, and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack. Whatever. Khan, born in approximately 1862, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. Before that, he was a boy named Temujin, 9 years old, lost him. His father, his tribe, his father, abandoned to the harshness of the step from a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, his childhood and his step from which he came.
The story of Genghis Khan is the story, I think, of all of us. It doesn't begin at the beginning of life. The story begins with birth. This magic could be many generations before, so much shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his religion was, how he conceived. And that is that they, was coming across the divorce. What happened was a man named Yusuke, the future father, Yusuke was on a hill, was a demonist, and parts of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. He looked down, he saw her, he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride, and he went back to camp, he got his two brothers, and he came racing down. First, the husband, the woman looked around, and he decided to fight. Not because he was a coward, he figured he would probably they would chase him, and they did. They chased him, he went a long way, he circled around, he came back, he arrived back at the fort where his wife was. Her name was Urlu. Urlu had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the and she decided that it's more important for him to live. She told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her after my name. And when you remember me, you go with her. So very dramatic. And he went away. Or whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was obviously whether he should go or stay. But the three did what she could get. And they were headed straight for the cart this time. Came in and they took her. She didn't say a word until her husband was raged. When he was moving around, she could no longer see him. She began to scream and wail. One of the brothers said to her, it doesn't matter if you shake the waters of the river, if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you'll never see this man again. And he was right. That was the moment Genghis mother, father, met. That's the beginning of his story, this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. We'll come back again and again, not only through the story of political change, it's going to continue on to the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, to certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists. So the meaning is fundamentally mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history. What I was really interested in was how did this happen? Who was this person? And so wrote in his the child is father of the man. And it's the child that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born. All the things that happened through his childhood made him into the man that he became. So he was now suddenly this unusual situation was needed where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, it wasn't even there when Sochiko was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. Doing this campaign against the Tatars, he killed two Tatars. One of them was which is that's what it means from the but today part of Mongolia. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name it Evolution. The person of Iron Man, called F-18, and he killed. He killed. So his kidnapped mother, the second wife, now not only his wife, but his second kidnapped wife, and he's named for someone his father make him. They waited until people started. And until on this night, one of the friends of the family had sing out and I just knocked out and killed him. Watch him cry. He's so old, 8 years old. There's nothing he can do. He's just alone. And now that family is left there on the state. 4 children, possibly 5 already. So you know, we're on a farm with 2 children. We can live there tonight on the step. When winter comes, people snowing. Early, in the words of the secret history, she took her bike stick and she ran down the banks of the river, digging up roots. The feet that covered of her foot. She went to the winter, she fell fruit, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, too much of us already beginning to love to do right things, to get fish, and do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved every one of the children.
So, you mentioned early here, loneliness and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped. Unfortunately, by 2 people. He was kidnapped. And they would say, he was going to agree enslaved. They wanted him to okay, he was like on a box with him. And so his 2 arms are in his head. He's trapped in this thing. But every night he would be taken to a different pier to be comforted by his family. And one night there was a celebration of the people that everyone was not very smart. And it wasn't that he was looking to get the weapon, that he was trapped and used it as a weapon, like turning it around pretty quickly and hitting them on the head and knocking it up. And from the first place, that's what the police got to know. Anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He jumped into the river. He's still doing that for him. He's still doing that. The people looking for him. They come out and up and down the river. And he's underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and he jumps in with that bit. He came up and I said, okay, we'll come back to what we can possibly is again. The next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. He went to that family and agreed with themselves that they would ignore him, that family, children, agreements to themselves. They had his soul and burned it in fire. They gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So it's kind of like at this point, what you did is declare things trapped and things are going to, we think that's how it is. We just have the word. You know what I'm saying? The head and the hands are going to open and his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it is that the head and he's working on deep with this thing. Yes. Yes. But then he has to go out and find wherever his family is. So this was about taking breaking what culture did and kinship. This is also saying about the life. Because here's the story where he's abandoned for his father's brother. See, the men in the time, they had an obligation of conflict to let her husband die. They took to take care of her and her children. Children that brother they counted the sons of the planet. Well, they should. So they had all this illustrated. He learned very early on Listen, I like the family of Christ because he's not participating in the rage of people around them, but they are constantly creating winter and women and horses and any kind of animals that they can find. It's almost like they're getting trade goods from China and one group brings the other in order to deliver the soil or metal. Felt to make their heads, or maybe not perhaps, but so they have to get these kind of software reading. And so even in the genealogy of technology, you see going back generation after generation, their children were not necessarily the father's children, some clear who the father was, and all of these issues go back a long time. Later, when realized to become most of the beauty of the step gets over women, and later he will how wrong the keeping of women and the steal of women. And part not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life. And this is what I think we talk about this. Somebody's lost story. What his wife was her kidnapping was the defining and going to one place. Jesus God, the conqueror, was created. It's that is what he kidnapped. He described all his for this word, what that means, and what the kidnapping of her. At age 16, first, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old, she was now 17. She had lost the hope. It's hard to even imagine what it was like when a 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities in life in every way that you can imagine, suddenly here is the love of his life who's going to be living with him and making him happy. He has somebody who loves him. There's his mother running around getting 3 to 5 children and other wife and her 2 children. He has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine. The fire in the eyes, the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are. And there's a lady basically, we don't know exactly who she is, we just called her. Spending some luncheon is there, spending luncheon is sleeping on some floor of the gear. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations of the earth. And she knows a horseman is coming. She rouses the family. Mother Earth is in charge. Mother Earth is still in charge, even though children isn't there. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to in her lap. She has one extra horse. But she won't take it. Because she knows she has no who the men are, she has no idea. They're coming in the dark. They're coming. Oh, there's a girl there. This family of girls is quiet and white. And they know that they're coming to them. So she leaves Sasha, the other wife. She leaves this lady running a book to directly as her card. And she leaves first. They come late to Granny's card. Simply don't get to before the attackers get to. But Mother Earth is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this God and finding out how many women are in there. They are gone. So Mother Earth saved her family. And suddenly, the Buddha realized this. He's a painted mother, but he has lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the fighting moment of his life. The story began back when
this is military genius because in order to get her back, there's an organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to carry out people and wherever about what he goes there because Rothschild is a name. He goes there because his father pointed his father it's real. So he went there. So he took a gift. His mother had bought a single boot as a gift for mother. Married. So he took the coat. And he took it and he gave it to God and asked for his help. God said yes. And he said, all of the troops were waiting for it. And you need to ask to work. You need to ask him to do it also. He said, I will send a message to him. You have to tell the story of John. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people visiting him as well. Here is a person who's not his kid. It comes in a way, brother. In a way, let's describe the best thing he does that Genghis Khan and the biggest challenges in later years of Genghis Khan was children. His family had winter camp close to where the Rabbi was living with them. So the two boys during the winter time. I think he's pretty descended on the same but about 4 generations earlier. Herself was kidnapped. And so he told them was the descendant of her. Because she was pregnant and kidnapped. And then to this descendant from her through the kidnapping children and sister. So they're both as almost the same, come from the same. However, their lives are separated. Both like their fathers very early. One was the mother. So he grew up in a household with his grandfather. He had no siblings. He grew up with his grandfather and his grandmother instead of like with a bunch of older women. Later, he said he thought was an influence on his life. What the two boys meet. They come from different backgrounds, and it's all not as difficult as he meets as the one from Georgia. What he has is a collision of information. Having this other father siblings, he lives with these older people. The two boys meet, they become good friends, playing on the ice. So they played on the ice. Very early in life, I think when they were about 10 or 11 years old. extremely Rothschild. You see in this episode, though, John is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking of keeping his life. He gives a long speech about all the things they're going to do to the Russian people. We're going to jump through the smoke at the top of the air. We're going to jump in there, and we're going to kill them. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has a extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of other people, on Hodge people, getting laid. And he gave this long lecture. We give our word is our promise forever. And rain, sleet, or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there all the time. So he's dressing down his superiors, he's very aggressive, he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the market camp. They also come in at night. And so there's a warning because they're out dodging the stables. Market men have been raced back to the camp and when the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. Marcia has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody, so she and they're going to put a she had a kidnap. And so they're loaded into a cart. Comes in and there's a right so they can see what they're doing. He's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention. She hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart and she runs to him. And they reunite. Grabs her, embraces her. But then he said, this is where you're here. We don't need anything else. He was very clear about that. And that was his first Yes, aside from the things he has first military case with, along the way, in addition to escaping all these wars, he had killed his own grandmother. And then killed experience. What was that about? He explained in Mongol time, there were the older brother and the power struggle there, and the moralized. There's also the ethical foundation behind the murder. Particularly based that's one of the things that's totally unknown inside the secret history of Hong Kong. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But there was the older child of Sochiko. His son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings. To read the evidence coming out of the time, and he refers to them as G, right? Of mobility, and his repose is the father, the absence of the father. Also, it's quite common that if a man dies, like his brothers, either his mothers or his mothers, they're not married his widow, then if he has a son with another wife, she will become his wife. So we want to be common eventually with you, perhaps puberty, within perhaps mid-grade or earlier. Now, that happened. What if either it did, or it was not intended, because it was bad enough that he killed the brother, but he killed the brother and the son. But to get too much, it just couldn't handle her. He was already, and he was very well with things like a priest or that called it perfectly accepted hierarchy. So as you would catch a fish, and yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps they haven't. So that's the thing to do for him. Just take stuff. He can do anything he wants, just about the Egyptian person. And but the Egyptians don't understand. So most sure that's really the plane. Boys had such a thing as the ideals with their mother. And it was more complicated. For a reason, he and his brother decided to kill him. And they did.
Why do you think it was more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing a fish is like the final straw. Here, he's being abused over and over. And this fish is a symbol of that. There's a drink that he takes.
I think it is. I think it was just for the page. What is all these other tensions of what's going on? Like, you never know who's making them. What happens? There was interesting for the dynamics of what's going on. We hear nothing from she and her younger son. That is why they stay with the family. Whether it's outrage is going on. Screams and goes to him. In your life, to go shut up. You're worse than everything she could say. She was outraged by what went on about it. She was extremely distressed about it. But still told the mother of the boy. When nothing is shown in her. So really involved his brother. But I don't think it was a deeply meaningful. But it was important. What I don't think was emotionally deeply meaningful. Brother was gone. Problem was solved. Mother is extremely involved.
But it does show. In fact, it's interesting. It's not a big deal for him. It does show that he's resort or of a situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. There was a problem. He resolved it at a really young age. So he had that experience of life. But now, Victor's younger brother at the time, they don't read with him and don't go with him to bring them. He has enticed his will to him his entire life. His entire life. Really interesting.
So actually, if we return to Bershta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of those loyalty from Bershta to Bershta. And this is like it was Jake's son.
I think it is John that he was preoccupied with saying a lot of different getting a nutrition, speaking things like that. Maybe hiding from time. But for whatever reason, she came and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. But the 70s, she should have been married to his wife. So, it explained why, but it was really a story that the fact you know, those two loved each other throughout their lives. But she was, say, the most important person to him. After that,
to literal.
to give him back, he risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get out of it. And he put her back. But now he's reestablished his relationship to he decided to stay together. But they all walked out and she is with them. This was a huge issue for him. It's one of those things that to this day, one of those things that are like issue. And what happens when it's the best belief in life. Now, where you would say things are huge, not meet in common.
And they didn't see that. But there's always touching there. There's always this light breaking.
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point because when you have that light on, when the relationship is being resolved, they claim they don't know they were truly okay. They never believed each other directly. But in fact, eventually the peace is gone. He takes over technology. He's starting to really watch out. And he has final words on it. They give him that like music. It's a very special place. Chinga's new title that he was brought up, or somebody known or someone had suspicious reason behind it. It's very close to the word English, which is the sea. It could have something to do with that. It's really, it's a concept. They like words with multiple meanings. And that's very important to me. The more meaning that word has, the more that word has. And a different meaning in different languages. So Mongolian sounds like snow. But in Turkey, and there are many Turkey work in themselves. So it's exciting.
Double. The double meaning plays with each other. Very exciting.
Especially with me. Like today in Mongolia, it's past now, but 20 years ago, it was considered a name because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile. In Mongolia, so it's three great languages and three great cities. And so many names on it. And so I think Genghis doesn't have a meaning. I think it means powerful. It means the sea. I think it means many different things. But but he was really over him. So Jamaica now switched loyalties to the next kingdom of the Taiwan in the West. He was the protege of the Naiman people. But Genghis Khan tells the Naiman, don't understand. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. He was telling all these horrible things. He was scared and timid. And he was right there. He, in fact, very quickly almost defeated. So, Jamaica has nothing against him. And much in this campaign, and he's off with some of his people, Jonathan, people. He's off with them. And they see the turning of the tide. You know, he now wants to become the great step. He has very few followers, but he takes the time, which is a very old, ancient, but because Rothschild is gone, the Rothschild God, he takes this title and pretend to be the great God of the state. These are quickly turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to the spot. They take him and not to Beirut or to Britain for turning him in. But take us out and report them. He kills them because they have betrayed their leader, who is his mother. It's very strange. And so constantly, take us out, says to him, come back to me, save me, be my neighbor, be my shadow, be my safety guard. And supposedly, God says, but I did betray you. My people fought against you. And you will always do it. You will never completely trust me. use something like the method. It's probably the method by which Jumbo was killed. So he was killed, and then or remains taken up and buried in one place. This is a two, which is the part the Tuvan people, very, very close.
Under the relationship, that so the way it living just to the general perspective.
And he understood when everybody around. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the deal. When Ching and maybe that was just a formality that he would, or maybe John offered to be killed. Saying, well, it was a formality.
Me just reading your work and understanding this relationship seems like a real relationship that defines the nature of love.
I would say, in more negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship. His adulthood, I started to wonder, but that relationship really did not seem to have any negative aspects. They disagreed on things, but often she was by him, and she was positive wherever you go to for forever. So she was not submissive. She was always on his side. And someone it was just a little too hard for me. Whatever generation. Then these things like, oh, we're going to Trump is not going to come to everybody, you know, and a flair for the dramatic, even in the awakening, the too much. Also, he explained himself at the end of his life. And he said that I also lost my mother, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said you had first, you have a very strong mind to help you. And my wife, she just used to work on the farm. She just never comes to age and so long, and we did not have a relationship. So, I think something like that rings true. There were still some elements of that were true. But Jonathan said he didn't have the intelligence and the real genius dealing with soldiers, especially in the warfare.
in that relationship there's a contrast with Genghis Khan. Like Richard or anybody or anybody that was one of the sake of the for the sake of power. It was always very practical and it is a way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often look at what happened to the gold belt, and it's 50 years from the start. Does it just disappear? And so, interesting because Djibouti was never interested in what Djibouti was. And when his Genghis Khan is before, in some ways you could say, but he the richest man in the world, because he was one of the most wealthy of him. But he always dressed simply. He always did the tent. And he said, soldiers eat and would dress the way my soldiers dress. And that's the way my soldiers would the same. So he had no interest in which was very advantageous because they have treatment and well-being people and all. But he just didn't have the temper with it. It was going to be part of Genghis Khan's 15-year lives.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's story is he came from absolutely nothing. And he did not see and understand how it becomes corrupted by the riches.
What? Blue Gray Wolf. She was Tony Deal. They think they were, maybe they were or not. So there's earlier history of the genealogy is it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there. They call him Jonathan. He's kind of not one because he's just so. The rest of the family doesn't want him. And his mother determined who he was. He didn't carry on that long. She had this Italian thing for her saying, it's confusing. But I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of information. And by the time you get to the life of the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, she who he was there, sleeping in the same air with people. So we even see that even when first to sit on the bed, her husband, okay, you're gonna do this, you can't do this. That's pretty cool. It was into a document. This is one reason that it was seen with the family, where he was almost not speaking, bring out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so, as far as we get the thing, it didn't exist. In the 19th century, academic who was working in China, teaching this part of manuscript, which was very, very long. People didn't think it was anything because it's all Chinese characters. But it makes no sense in Chinese. But he recognized, but if you read it, you pronounce it. It says the whole way. So it was in his code that used to record information in Chinese. And they're reading the sounds. The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. It's always problematic. And some people you ask here, sure what the name is or something. But it was very unusual. Once they found it, they realized that the Persian community was technically part of that already. So that was very helpful to me because some of the Persians I was very much about their work very much. So it was helpful that they know it existed. And all of it, some of it is in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources, later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to me very genuine. It wasn't controversial. One things that happened to it along the way. Some things that makes sense here and there, and a few words changed. Like some of the things that they call it cheese. And sometimes they call it hot, which is like cheese and milk, but hot. Just have to all look like something different. So I mean, things like this move around the different, it's a document. It was not published in English until 1982. But Francis Woodman believes that the university translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher. And so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. So it's been 2 volumes. The translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been true. Would love to see that, but not. Anyway, now it's in all languages. Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century manuscript covers the first volume. What is it was translated and then published on Harvard. The notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman believes. Those are really still not the hard Chinese that went with it because the Chinese potential understanding a lot of things. And also, they just approved of some things, so they try to put their own notes in the project and kind of create the story and explain it why moms women would be able to marry this person. Just do not put that usually in there. So there's several things that they try to skip around and but it's just three dynasty notes that are attached to it. But this document itself I went to Mongolia, traveled around to places because there was no way to feel it. It's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in our minds. The mind person as much as a ego. History lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people that goes through. For example, so I went to that place. What season? It was very important for figuring out the birth that came afterwards and other events be correlated. Very important. So I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, nomads. Oh, it's clear that it was the winter. Where did you read that? I said, no, because it was up and round it, so you could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is the word for an hour. You're the feeling vibrations and you hear yourself off. Suddenly, when just came together, some nomad sitting there next to his horse, and he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. It was correlate with the time the grading was done. It don't correlate with the last time. They gave me the designation of figuring out a lot of the things. These feelings,
Just like on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story. Genghis Khan, where you feel like what is the world thinks about just the experience of standing.
really is not one new to the city to conquer. Everything was whatever. But I think there, he didn't spend much time there. I wasn't doing anything. In Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would go. He would know exactly where it is. There's no building. There's no power line going. Nothing. Just to smell it, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals plants are growing. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, oh, I know which direction they can go. The only direction they can go was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. You have the text. Of the text is you kind of don't see where you go wrong. Something like that. Almost understand their way of life. They don't have to explain anything. They know which way the your face is on. They know all these things. But for me, that's how hard it was being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. The people, there were these comic made Soviet religious and socialism had democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been real to them for almost the entire century. And every descendant of Genghis Khan was killed. Following the secret history that became the key to letting what the secret history to understand. You have to go all the way to the evil. I already wrote change my mind. But the secret history is something I have to do. And to me, also, is the opening to ongoing regulation. And I think it's very important how people begin their language. And they begin it with the words. And they think it's how high is man in the distance of the people. I was making talking to her. Just think it's great. Somehow many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind's usually blowing extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the farm. It sweeps down across all buildings. The whole place is taken up. It's always fresh, it's always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind. The possible connection of grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have much one year, and then drought the next year, another area has grass. You know, always know, and it's the grass and dust. You know, there's no grass and dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But it's just one more word on that mentioning. We don't want to talk mostly pure, not for the aspect. No sugar, as I said, and the several areas. But even when I was there, even the day when we were like sailing river, it's a place of pure waters. And the job of a boy is to find this much water. They know the pond does not give lands. There is such to rule. It gives waters and people. They do not refer to the earth as land. They refer to the earth as nothing. Ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. Compared to pools of water, you don't get water. If you get water, you're animals and you are floating it. See, something back, maybe you've been on a water trip and you'll maybe back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river. You do not go to the river. The rules are very strict, very clear. They want the tribal take on. Also, these dangerous and close the river was their flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and you can wipe away. You can deal with this right to the water. So the people that live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes, solar panels and freaking TV off the middle of the step, still they're living in a similar life. The young people are they're still hurting people with drugs and chemicals. If it's on a motorbike already, they're still doing it in a legal way. But then you go to the time of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. Talk about the relationship with the horse and thinking about yourself as a step from a young age and trained to after riding horses. As you ride, while standing near the horse, they learn how to ride while standing on the horse. From a young age, while standing on the horse, they often chose one another to see who could knock the other off. Their legs would be long enough to reach the stirrups. They were also shooting arrows to lasso on horsemen. They were making targets on the pouches that they would dangle from poles so that he would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills such play proved invaluable to the horsemanship later in life. And you speak to the relationship between God and all roles to horses. Normally, with horse rides, one line and the boat were trying to move something. I said, oh, on the horse, they live together, they know each other, and when they're to each other, they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting or anything, but they have that deep intimacy age, about whether they reproduced in the case of the females, all these things. And of course, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, raised on the dust of many fast horses. It resonates with the Mongolian spirit. The dust itself is warm. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse, like the horse of their horn, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate a relationship is with horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small amount. That's what we see. We like to stick with us and say, but you need to hit the horse. Never anything else. You're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and the horn of horses. They don't look at anything of horse. They say the devil brought them. What's ever next to them? You never ever horses in. So horses are imported everywhere. Even religiously, horses are the making of fermented horses milk. A mother goes out every morning. She throws something into the food directions. Just on the day. They use it for every kind of thing. The things puzzle me that in my watching other levels, they were very nice. It happened to be a field bed day, but they were talking Celtic beast against the new beast. But one of the they had a bunch of boys. They got one of the girls, like 4 or 5 boys. He was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see it not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't know. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. I thought, you're supposed to say, his boy fell down to the hill. No. And then he was trying to hobble back. He didn't like the way he was supposed to. He was pretty bound. He was hobbling. So his little brother went out to help him. He came into the gear and they sat down. And the mother just turned her back. How on earth can you do this? This is your child. This is your child. You know, but 2 weeks back, by chance, another boy who is practicing for the racers, like this man was doing, he was off in an area where he was close to the mountain area, and the horse pulled it, took him through the, he was knocked off by a tree, but the horse went deep into the woods. We followed him, and he lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He worked at night when it was, even though this was summertime, the night can be quite cold on this mountain. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. He knew what to eat, and he walked until he found water moving, and he would pull that water out to him. He lived. The boy falls from the horse. His mother's not going to beat him. She knows that. It's hard for her to know. She knows. She knows.
Just a small thing. He tells a story about mental illness that the first time he saw truly play tough people when he visited Mongolia. He remembered that they were taking showers in ice water, and all the other wrestlers that would take the shower that you could see a little crevice with the bulls
helps. And, that's refreshing. Refreshing.
Getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses, the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable forces in history. So we just don't call them archery. I think like it were able to do target shooting accurately at 200 meters long, fast. The speeds of 60 kilometers per hour. So, let's say, you have the time to watching some of the videos. Just incredible how still they can be, of course. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a more like the feet of the horse off the ground. As you have to time all of that, you have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual shooting the bow. There's obviously technology, the bow don't know. Also, crossbows later technology. And there's a particular kind of draw with the crossbow works for a horse. Thing up and down, right? So not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this exceptional excellence that Jacobs Mongols had riding horses and engaging in war for the horse?
The horse were perfect. It was the most grateful movement to the world. What it was incredible. I think in stage and the timing of and also the years of skill that followed. Absolutely. Mongols would be able to hold it. I'm like 4 years old, so I don't feel like own horse. When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, we kept
very heavy cavalry. Reaching out units that is also subject to 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you gain authority, but to the degree that civilians they must be followed strictly. So for being extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield, dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized in that really good communication, coordination, and the orders must be followed. For somebody to speak to that, like how do you do this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first part is to loyalty of the people who she has not chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. And Amanda was a personal relationship. But the only other that he found just common people, runners or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. I mean, as you can see, he organized his festival system. So the smallest unit of the army was the team, the squad of people. They all put together, and at the end of that squad, he had no control over it. When the men knew they were going to protect each other, they had to come back with every member of everybody. Totally everybody. This was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the front line is risking his life. The army was organized in 5 horses each man. They had well, when they had a lot of cows, and they also retrieved and presented the now. They also retrieved the enemy. This is a great advantage. But they hit Russia, but it was the Russians who used golden arrows and put them in their the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right? So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a garment. It could be a piece of skin or just helping hands. It's a very broad thing where you can go marching and on. They're doing everything themselves. They don't have any factory. And then one of the things that have to carry is needle and thread in order to do some little thing. That's hard. They're also carrying dry dairy products. around him. And they didn't throw any punches. The lightning struck his general comes back. He's executed because he was. Every general is going to do it. And if they retreat, fine. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like fit together. And that was important for him. This base from step horse, archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that centurion, all the biggest century civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. You're going to make a little story, but this is how we think. Junior Connor knows that way to think. He encountered the first walled cities around 1209. Founding his nation in 1206. He went up on these raids. And I really think our raids first. So he went into the territory of what's now northwestern China. And they don't know just the So he went there, and of course, the soldiers were. This man has never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but he fell. So we don't just stand up and walls.
You can just imagine what it's like. First time you see your voice when you come from the recording stuff. There's very few people that do things.
Well, they have like a cliffs in some places that for people that they can climb. They don't have people that are shooting down mountains. So he looked at everything around him, and he's looking at this river and all these channels, and they're always like instead of Mongol, anything that moves, but anything that doesn't move is a Florida. You're moving water, you're standing, not moving. So he could, that they were going to take a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the city. Well, they did. But they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the hill or whatever, and actually flooded down the whole cave. Okay, we learned that lesson. So we're going to improve. And that became the strategy that actually worked for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. We were able to use it with the Common Baghdad in 1258. So this is this ability to see things and to use them, and if they fail, to learn them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all think, what we do, we repeat mistakes. It's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first time, so I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time. Second time. That's what we think. We need that real ability to other things you didn't know from technology, but you understand but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, those were excellent. Putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies. So,
Rapid stream continued in a minute. Couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. The idea combined with the innovative approach to military is just feats in itself because people who are learning from things and constantly improve and always get promoted in the positions more and be inspired when he else to do the same. It's not just reactionary strategy based on the excellence of that action and over time, each iteration or creates more and more.
yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations. Create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. They got worse at it over time. But
strategies. This kind of idea that I think that should be invented in place. It's invented and perfected by Wei Genghis.
It really wasn't military changes. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So there was going to be coming from some direction. Whatever. And the people would be unprepared for that. One of the most famous examples. It's just a beautiful, wonderful city. To this day. They came across the desert. Well, nobody ever got across the desert. So we see dust coming. It's glowing. They don't even know what's going on. It was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking that it was surprised them.
What do you think it felt like to have this more modern? It was like to be in the zone when Genghis Khan was approaching.
I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. He cultivated this reputation of ferocity. And he went places, but he didn't want people to recall him, as I said. He encouraged refugees that when he conquered a city, you can always be sure there are plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken their food supply, but they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that were on over. They're still chiseled teeth, eating children, and all sorts of other tales. Just how they encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of the sort to weaken the enemy. But still, when you hear, or even if you know they're going to be, you see the metaphor that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly incorporated. Psychological warfare was a part of the problem. But that is, there was almost no for the tops of the territory being attacked. For them to surrender peacefully, the loss of life. And the alternative would be you're completely lost. And you speak to that. Precise system. Exactly. He said it always first to explain to people and the rules. What was new. But to explain to them that if they surrendered, others needed security, but they could continue in their sentence. It's just that now the rulers would be the rules. They would have to pay the taxes and used to be the same taxes they paid before. But now they would go to the rules. Those kind of general system. And because if we have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave it to guys who are there. So you kind of leave the local people in charge to run their country or their city, their area, the way they have done for the past. You would absolutely think that. And one episode in the north of Persia, on the river, his son goes to finally, was dealing with the Bigfoot people. Chickasaw called him in. He's the elevator. City, you go first. Next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter. But anyway, it was relative to him. He was given by the law. So that was the law. So that if they couldn't vote, I don't know the bond. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had served them well. And they used to kill the army. Because they couldn't go break the army into their own. The army had failed. But the one thing that they valued, all the partisans, everybody who had the skill, could be making a pot. They could be hammering it around the plate. It could be weaving carpets. It could be translating, which is rewriting. Every person with the skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. It was truly severe. It was easy to surrender. But many of them did, and then they did it. So they was going to Columbus, and was somebody, and also forget about the Mongols. They got on set where they were supposed to say somebody counts their sheep. And well, forget about the Mongols. They're far away. It's well, he returned you just, he said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan. So, of course, it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And it just got over itself. He recognized that he had put his emotions to overcome the reality and slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did it. But then some time unknown that he really got lost control of his emotions. So then we can all understand what his response was. He was stricken. We went on the we felt no more. They were crying.
Like he approached which is pieces over trails punched.
And he did not for the people of the reason. Now, what happened was really what people thought was the Arab movement of Chicago, the killing of him, revitalized a lot of people's in a lot of cities. It was already a lot of killed. But cities that were involved that he killed them. There was mass
Possible for an estimate 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this in perspective with the modern day, it would be over to killing 100 million people in today's population. So we think about the brutality of numbers like these.
the number itself is difficult. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it doesn't matter what the number is. It's a tremendous loss. It was a tremendous loss of life. And it's everyone. I don't think we should judge him differently than other conquerors in history and other countries that day like Washington or America. And whatever we are willing to permit other countries to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or places that today in the world, people are killing children, civilians, every day. And it's always in the name of something, the name of God, or in the name of nation. These reasons are doing it. And the United States is certainly involved with supplying weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, invading Iraq, Syria. The United States is very involved. We're the democracy in it. Yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. And we killed a lot of people. Even look back to World War II, a great moment of democracy and freedom and democracy in Germany. We took the bombs on Hiroshima on the side. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic. It was the country terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's a father fought in that war. He fought it all. He fought in Vietnam. He fought that war. And he fought in Korea. But he was a good America. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that. We, especially Bulgarian people stamp things. We tend to demonize them. Any theory we have, we tend to demonize them.
Is there a lot of just like there's Caesar and others that they're essentially and it's a human way we're not necessary. We're not defensive